Are we good? What's going on here? Okay, there we go. Hey there, guys. It's Metro. We are back. Check this out. So freaking cool looking. So on Live WoW, it's like a just like a box, I guess. And now the box is opened. I bet they'll update this as we go throughout the expansion. That'd be so freaking cool. That'd be one of the coolest loading screens ever seen, I think. Oh, and they've added more music to it as well, just like they did with Dragonflight. So presumably this is music from the other zones now. Which I haven't done yet, so I'm not gonna spoil myself yet, but eventually we're gonna I gotta spend maybe next week incompatible. Oh, is this the wrong? Was I supposed to pick 14? How do I do that? Just have to relaunch the game. I think I picked the wrong account. But anyway, yeah, eventually we're going to get back on the second channel and do a leveling, another 1 to, or whatever, 70 to 80 in one sitting. If you guys haven't seen, I got a new background too. That crazy good art. Yeah, the music is already ready, so good. Hopefully everything's still good on this character's front. Hey Nick, welcome back. Frozen? Okay. Okay. Rifle, welcome back. I'm so unbelievably hungry. Food is almost done. Send help. Yeah, I know the feeling. I only eat one meal a day, so sometimes you get hungry. The feeling of hunger, this is one of the things that made me want to get into one meal a day, though, was like I learned that the feeling of hunger is actually not what you think it is. Like, I don't remember exactly what, but it's basically like whatever, like the most like bioavailable energy source, like carbohydrates or something like that. That feeling of hunger is like your body's like, oh, you're almost out of carbohydrates. You should eat more. But in reality, you have tons of fuel in your body that you should then use. So if you just wait, like, if you're unbelievably hungry, it's just because your body's like, you're almost out of carbs, bro. Like, are you eating or what? Okay, you're not? All right, whatever. We'll use other stuff. So, like, 30 minutes after you get that sensation, it's just going to go away, and then you won't feel that kind of hunger. I did one meal a day for a really long time. Been doing 2 meals a day with the fiance here. But we track our nutrition with the sheet I made. Oh, that's cool. Is that difficult to do? I always wanted to try that, but I don't, like, how do you track it? Like, how can you be sure that everything is the way it is? What is it that's being tracked, I guess? I like the idea of tracking that kind of stuff, but I just don't know enough about the food I'm eating, I guess. All right, anyway, so they made a bunch of big changes to Mythic Plus, apparently. We're going to test them out today. We're obviously not going to be able to do every dungeon, but yeah, if anybody has any recommendations for dungeons that they think have changed the most, I'm happy to try them. Let's take a look at the post if we can find it real quick. See which one appears to have changed the most. What is this? Quest not rewarding every appearance on the War Within pre-patch. Beta bug assumed as feature. Quests are rewarding every appearance unlocked by them regardless of the character's armor type. However, the quality of life change is currently not present on live servers. This change was either scrapped or didn't make it for the pre-patch, which is like 90% of the shit in the beta, yes. As completing quests is only rewarding appearances that the character can use. Okay, who cares? In Denmark, at least, I believe it's EU law. They have to provide the nutritional breakdown with a low margin of error. We take those and insert them as products. And then we have fields where we can select the products we use and how much. And I wrote some formulas to automatically calculate how much it results in. And then we stay around 1,500 calories and assume plus 200 or minus 200 from little things. Okay, interesting. So you do intermittent fasting or just one meal? Like intermittent is like eat as much as you want within a time frame. Yeah, just one meal. I eat like full caloric load, probably more than at this point since I don't really exercise at all anymore. I've gained a good amount of weight in the last year. We use a scale for everything. It's as close as you can get without literally producing it yourself. That's cool. Well, that's good, man. That's good to hear that. It's impressive. So where's this post? I dropped 40 pounds over the last year and a half. Whoa. Well, that's awesome, man. That's really cool to hear that. Ended up way too high in weight after COVID and decided to make a change. Yeah, that's how I was in like 2000. I don't remember. I definitely was already doing one meal a day when I went to BlizzCon. So probably 2016 is when I started doing fasting. I think. I don't remember. I remember not eating all day though when I went to BlizzCon and then like finally eating something at like 10 o'clock at night. All right, so this is it. No, this is the class stuff. Hey, Brett, what's up, buddy? How's the day been so far? I just started like 5 minutes ago. So not well. All right, anyway, we're trying to figure out what dungeon we should start with. And again, I don't know. They just don't look like they're big changes to me, man. It's like this dungeon has had one boss change, and that's it. And some mob. But Stonevault is one that we have. Okay, yeah, let's start with Stonevault. That one is one that we've just had tons of problems with, so. I really like the one meal a day. It really suited my journal solo lifestyle a lot. Yeah, me too. 100%. It's way easier. It's way cheaper. I don't feel like I'm constantly wasting food on or money on snacks, you know? When you only eat one meal a day, it's like, all right, well, I'm not buying random potato chips and shit to eat then. I gained weight when I stopped skateboarding. I went to skateboard again. I want to get back down to 190. Yeah, losing weight was never my goal. I did not intend to lose weight, and I did not, like, I lost a lot of weight from where I started, but I did gain a lot of weight back recently because I guess I'm just eating out more, like eating food that's not very healthy for me more or something. But yeah, I've gained a lot of weight again recently. But I don't really like look at it that big of a deal. All I know is one meal a day is like substantially help my energy levels. Like right now, I'm really tired, and I know that like as the day goes on, I'm just gonna gain more and more energy. All right. See, can we just change it? We can just change it, right? Change it to the dungeon that we want. So we'll try Stonevault. Still have quarter stars. That's funny. What happens if you change it to quarter stars? I mean, it's there. I wonder what happens if I actually went and did it. How's that Bone Storm change feel? Haven't even gotten combat yet, but I'll let you know in about 4 hours. I eat like trash. I had buffalo chicken brats and iced coffee for breakfast. Well, I eat like trash too. Let's not be. Yeah, I don't eat like super bad, like McDonald's every day kind of thing. But I don't eat very healthy food. I probably like 4 out of the 7 days a week I eat what I would consider to be like quite unhealthy food. But I think like part of that is mitigated by the one meal a day thing. Like if you eat McDonald's, it's extremely unlikely that you're not going to have too many calories in that meal, right? But if you eat McDonald's one meal a day, it's a lot more likely that you're not going to eat more calories than you need. You know what I mean? Like that's the way to look at it. I think at the end of the day, like, you know, unless you're just eating nothing but carbs and no protein and shit, like unless you're not eating a balanced diet, like I think calorie intake is probably the most important thing for everybody to try to mitigate. And that's the good thing about one meal a day. Like you can't accidentally eat too many calories. Like I can't eat 5,000 calories in one day anymore because if I try to eat that many items of food, I'm just going to fucking throw up. Like I'll never be able to eat it. It's just not going to fit in my stomach, you know? Season 1 is going to be brutal and I'm all here for it. Yeah, it's going to be wild. Stay tuned. There's going to be lots of videos. Hopefully you guys will record your runs and send them in because we might have to just not stream for a while and just make videos. There's going to be that many. 2K main, is that what is he trying to say? I don't think I could live on 1 meal a day. I walk about 8 miles a day for my job. I mean, it's no different. Like, you're still eating the same amount of calories. You're just doing it in 1 meal. I used to eat poor nutritionally. It's only after we started tracking it a couple months ago that we started eating balanced. Yeah, what was like the big insight? Because like I probably need, like, I bet I would feel the same way if I started tracking it. I rarely eat fast food. In-N-Out or Shake Shack are my weakness, though. Oh, really? I haven't had fast food in a long time. It just doesn't taste good. After going a while without it, it just doesn't taste good. There's a secret buff in Stonevault at the purple boss on the ground. There's a thing you can click for 10% verse. Oh, wow, really? Bro, let me play. Huh? Oh, is this somebody from the stream? Alright, anyway, Stonevault. So this dungeon got some big changes, it looks like. Biggest thing that shocked me a bit was generally some things had more calories in them for the quantity than you'd think. And also a lot of things have high fat in them. Yeah. That's a big issue. That's why I said about, like, you know, you eat 2 burgers at McDonald's and some french fries and you're actually at like 2,500 calories, you know what I mean? Whereas you can go eat like that amount of food, it's not going to fill you, but you can eat that amount of food that would fill you at another restaurant and be like 1,000 calories lower. So that's what I'm saying, like filling up on food at some restaurants is not possible to stay under your caloric limit, but filling up on food when you only eat 1 meal a day, it's a lot more likely. But anyway, Jambo, what's up, buddy? Welcome. It's so quick, it made me re-normalize it in my head what a lot of food really is. Yep. Well, shit, let the man play. I sound like, what the fuck was that comment? Is that somebody from the stream? It's a really weird comment. Okay, they got music in here, though. The new affix is nothing like the first Wowhead post. Yeah, I'm gonna take a look at it. Every single person gets the debuff. Oh, we'll take a look at it here. Some ominous music in here.
So here we are. High Speaker Irish. Or is it just Irish now? He's fled from the Hall of Awakening into the Stonevault. He's probably running like a frightened mouse. Ooh, sleepy, cowering.
I remember to press the buttons that I have that I don't have on live. Feared. Music's really intense in here, huh? Still got 2 back-to-back rune weapons, so that didn't change, I guess. Metro, I have 2 Paldean Evolved ETBs coming on Saturday. Oh man, need something. Well, good man. Hope you're having fun with it. Hope it's not breaking your bank. Obsidian Flames, I don't really think I could ever see myself getting into. That set seems awful. I never looked at Paldean Involved, but Paldean Fates was a fun set. I wish I had more money for that. That's the one set that I ended up getting. I finally won an auction for. It's kind of expensive, but I got it for 90 bucks. The Emu. That I wanted so bad. So what are these things? You have to soak them or something? I don't know what those things even are. You have to soak them. They give Mastery, Leech, and another stat. Each soak is 2% Mastery. So is this not the thing where people were supposed to heal it? I'm so confused. What happened to the healing one? Is that not being tested right now, I guess? Not very good pull rates from Evolved. I got the pulls that I wanted from Fate, so yeah. That healing one was yesterday? Oh, it's not being tested right now. Okay. That was the one I was hoping to test. looks like it's different today. No sanguine. I keep thinking like, okay, we gotta move. No more sanguine. Wait, wait, was that the affix spawning? Yeah, there's elephants right there. So we soak these. Where do they go? They're going to enemies? Oh shit, enemies are getting them too? Is that why we got our ass kicked on this last pull? Yeah, the enemies got them. That's not good. Seems to last quite a while too. So our Bone Storm's a lot easier to use now that it only uses 5. That one was pretty easy to handle. I was playing a Dwarf Priest and it seemed to come up every 1 minute, 40 seconds. I can mass dispel one. Oh, you can mass dispel it. That's interesting. I'm surprised they allow that. It's nice to be doing the dungeons with music finally. Wonder why that's like the last thing they get done. I never understand that part. So this I just need to like put myself in a position where the orbs are gonna run into me, I guess. They're like moving around rapidly. I don't understand that. They're trying to get to the enemies. Poison cleansing works too? Right. Oh, I thought that was part of the affix. Part of this RP for the boss here.
What's this? Is that golem fused with something else? Titanic earthing technology enhanced.
Alright. Did they actually try to move around you? I think it was just because they're moving to the center of the mobs, and because I was moving the mobs slightly, it was causing that center to go fluctuate wildly. It's a lot easier to use now. Oh! A lot of damage for fucking 10? 10 million physical damage? Holy shit, but we have 12 million health, so. That's because I haven't played since they increased our stamina. Do you see how much health we have right now? We had 12 million with Vamp Blood up. This is gonna one-shot me, I think. Oh, I parried it or something. I think it's not, like, I don't think I can get these, because if I do anything other than move sideways... I don't know. Healing removes it too. Warrior's still useless though, unless Dwarf or Pally. Oh, really? They have Victory Rush. The healing is a lot to heal though. Oh really? Yeah, I guess I don't know how it works. I thought we were gonna see it today, unfortunately I guess not. That's so much damage you're taking from this one. I guess we parried it again, Room Weapon. What eye level are you scaled to? Let's take a look. It was 597, yeah, it's still 590, or no, 613, sorry, 613. Doesn't even seem like you need to do this anymore. Just a little bit smoother for the healer, probably. Am I just parrying it over and over again? I'm confused why the first one almost one-shot me and none of the other ones have even hit me. Oh, everybody gets the buff. If anybody soaks one, everybody gets the buff. That's interesting. Okay, that again hit me for an enormous amount. Purgatory popping there. I mean, with pain suppression, warriors shouldn't take that much upfront damage, right? What's that? This is gonna be a hard fight if that's what you're talking about, yeah. We're gonna need a CD for every one of these. Jason, welcome back. How you doing? Yeah, if I eat that unmitigated, I die. 11.1 million damage from that. That's pretty nuts. Might not be enough to suppress all the pain. There's a lot of pain. So this fight's now basically just a numbers check instead of actually mechanic. Like the mechanics don't seem to even matter anymore. I don't know how everybody's still alive. Oh, well, they're not anymore. Warlock? Oh, he got it. Nice, actually, nice solo save there from the Warlock. Hey there, Metro. Great time to join as you were wiping. Yeah, I wanted to see exactly how much that would hit me unmitigated. I ain't surviving it at this health level. Hit me for 11 million and I only have 8.8k. 8.8 million. That's crazy. Alright, so we want to go this way first. Last time we did this. So where was the, you said Faxi, the purple boss? Is that this way? Is that what you're saying? There's a buff. So now I think it's better to try to use both without refreshing any of your bone shield then, and just go down 10 quickly and then just build back up with rune weapon up. Pochi, welcome back. Pretty sure it was on this one, just a little thing on the ground in the corner of the room where you fight the boss. I'll take a look, hopefully. This guy bugged or what? Shattering bones, still top damage. Blood Plague been nerfed too many times. It's in the boss room, got it. Oh, that's probably too many mobs. It's a lot easier to not accidentally overcap on the rune weapon or the bone shield use now, though. So even though it's a nerf, it's like kind of a quality of life buff. Very cool. That's we're done. Fun game. What other tank outside of Blood DK and Bear can take that kind of hit? I mean, everybody. You're just gonna need a CD for it. People are so fucking stupid.
Do you see?
Fucking guy just dies on trash then leaves. Like, what a fucking idiot, man. This is why last time we were on the beta we got like almost no testing done in 4 hours. Why even join him at the class in the beta if you're just gonna leave? I mean, this comment gets made every single stream I ever do on the beta. I don't even understand. He is going places when the War Within launches. Yep, he's gonna be among the fucking throngs of people all leaving keys on the first week. Just invite the same fucking people again. Like, that's the thing. Like, even if you want to stop, we can just do the key a second time, bro. Like, where are you going? So stupid. People don't understand this is a beta and not an extension of the game. I mean, I think everybody understands that. They're just so deep into this fucking bullshit where they think it's like okay to just be selfish no matter what the conditions are. I don't think we even have to reset it, right? I don't know what I'm doing in here, by the way. Well, no worries. We're testing. The beta can get infuriating with everyone leaving after any sort of a hardship. It's just really frustrating because, like, I mean, I don't know. That was not even, like, the worst thing that could have happened there. Like, we already had multiple mistakes. Multiple things that would have been something I could see people leaving for over on the live key. It's just a complete waste of time. Wasting everybody's time doing that. Music's solid, dude. I just wish levers dropped rating, not others. It would be almost impossible to code. Nah, they're not gonna ever be able to do that now. I just wish people could use their fucking brains. Like, nothing to even talk about here. It's like you just wasted your own time doing that. Why would you ever do that? Do you like wasting your own time? I don't. I have a limited amount of time in my life, so I don't really enjoy wasting it. A little bit of shadow damage. It's cast getting off, I guess. Oh, great. More aggro. You're assuming they have brains. No more death penalty? Ooh, what makes you think that? It's still there.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
It's like cryptic ass voice lines are pretty cool, to be honest. Good addition. Just getting those picked up no matter what. That's when the affix comes out. Yeah, the voice lines. Yep, pretty cool. Already going way better. Gonna eat now, see you around. Alright, buddy. Well, I'll be here for 4 hours if you want to end up coming back, but either way. Have a good lunch or dinner or whatever the hell you're doing.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
I probably will. Sweet, so sweet. Oh, it's just mastery and leech? Oh, that's awful. These buffs are not buffs. Like, they are so bad. They're so weak. It's really weird. This time we actually got a lust, so... Here comes the big hit. Only 6 million. That's through blood shield and stuff. Run weapon up for the next. Use it now. Parry it. It's gonna be one of those mechanics that really catch you by surprise. If you don't parry them, you're gonna forget about it late in the season. You're gonna be like, oh, I haven't been hit by that in 5 attempts. Oh wow, I got one shot. Born. Tombstone also still almost got fucking killed by it. See, he's getting buffed. There's no way to stop that, I guess, right? Like, once it's on him, it's on him. Blood's next. Weapon also. They're both pretty much up every time. Both of them seem to keep coming back up at the same time because we're saving them. Are those blue balls the affix? Yeah, you need to soak them, basically. This was like one of the first ones they added. Basically just like pre-mastery, I guess. Put some mastery on and see if we survive it. We parried it again. Stuff like that, I don't know. Do you think it should be parryable? I guess it's part of the kit, but it's kind of weird. Like you're wasting a CD when you parry it. Vamp blood. It doesn't matter who soaks them though, right? Everybody has 10 stacks, so I don't know why. It definitely don't need to be like running around in circles like these people are. That's pointless. Just let them come to the boss and soak them before they hit the boss. Okay, we'll take this one unmitigated. Hit for an enormous amount. Okay, this way.
Looks like the main door's locked. Either one of these paths.
This was the best voice actor ever in WoW, by the way. Whoever this kid is fucking crazy good. He is so fucking convincing as an actual, like, real dwarf. Most of the dwarfs are so out of the... I don't know, I think maybe that's the problem. It's like most dwarfs are like, hey, we were drinking, laddie. It's like overboard as fuck, right? This dude is playing like an actual serious dwarf. Unless they changed it recently, if Jambo dispels you just before the tank buster, you get a powerful DR. Oh, maybe that's why. Some are better and some are worse. It seems like we're parrying it though, because we're straight up not. Unless it's like a 99% DR. We're not even taking physical damage when most of them go out. Spells happen after the hit. Oh, really? But maybe you're like able to keep them on the whole time and then dispel right before the hit. Like you have to take the first one unmitigated, but then after that, every other one you just dispel beforehand. I don't know if that's how it works. "30 seconds long, and you dispel it with some seconds left." Yeah, that's interesting. Too dangerous. I don't even know what's happening right now. Somebody's doing something. $11 million Abiligasa, we'll take that. Jambo used sack on you? Is that what happened there? That's funny. Vile Outburst is doing enormous damage. You can't stop this guy though, I guess, right? Stop that guy though, sort of. Not permanently, because of those changes. Yeah, you're meant to leave it on me for as long as, and then dispel right before, I guess. But it doesn't matter, like I can easily survive it. Just plan to take it every time, no matter what. Then it'll be easily survived. Okay. That one mob was super dangerous. So we probably should have did the previous hallway all in one pull and then that mob alone. Just wait for Jambo, I guess. Because that's that same mob. Actually, we can get these ones now. These are easy mode. Especially when you get hit by stuff on the ground, then they're easy mode. This is a frontal or something? What is with the arrows for this? And how'd that, what happened there?
Do you see a stone to call forth the darkness?
Pretty badass voice line, to be honest. What is she referring to, though? I don't understand. This is gonna be like the best story expansion ever, I think. Like, I can't fucking wait, dude. I'm so jazzed up for the story. As much as there's things that aren't making me be in love with the expansion, the story is something I don't normally ever even think about. So to be this excited for the story makes me think it's still going to be one of my favorite expansions ever.
Fascinating.
Alright, this is the mob type that wiped us on the last pack, right? Yeah. Void Outburst. So we can now get these because there's no enemy, right? They're just floating over there. Okay. Elongate that, that's cool. Again, it's just mastery, and that's not very useful right now. I don't even really know these fights. They don't make a lot of sense to me. Presumably we want to kill ads, but I don't know why. This is something that we need to soak? I don't really get it. Damage into shell. Yeah, then we soak it so we can break the shield better. Healing also. Oh, okay. So Jambo needs these. I just joined the stream. How's Blood DK feeling? Does Dancing Room Open Uptime still feel okay? Yeah, honestly, it doesn't really feel like there's much of a difference. Which, you know, leads you to believe that a lot of the uses of Bone Storm and Tombstone together were being wasted outside of like the situations where they're both up and you can plan for both of them being up the second you start. You probably end up wasting a lot of them because it's like basically the same. And it's a lot easier to not waste them now, which is actually a nice quality of life change. Yeah, these are giving you a massive healing buff. On the thing you gotta click only works for blacksmith and dwarf. Oh, really? Interesting. Will still be a blacksmith for War Within, but not in this character. This is gonna be a dwarf expansion again, isn't it? Is it like over here or something? What about Dark Iron Dwarves? Yeah, maybe they can do it too, I don't know. I still don't know what the shards are for. There's one there. Do they come from the ads? This does a lot of damage. Basically, like, not everybody's going to be able to do this, so whoever has most of the buffs is going to have to do the damage on that. I actually think these changes make Blood DK way easier to play though, so even if it's a slight nerf, it still ends up being probably better for everybody. So I have absolutely no idea what these shards are supposed to be on the fight. Honestly, it feels like you're not supposed to kill them. They must do something. It looks like when they explode, they do damage, so there must be a reason for that. Oh, is it the shards give him larger shields? Is that what's happening with that? That may be the case. Yeah, the more shards are up, the larger the shield. So you can't break them all, but you gotta get as many as you can, it looks like. I think the rogue realized that Blizzard made them even more useless. Yeah, this guy was doing good, actually. This fight's like so much easier than the first one though. Love resin DPS. Yeah, those they went away when he ate the thing, yeah. After shield? Like what? Such thing as after shield, we're just gonna wipe. Is the idea to stagger them? Yeah, maybe. That might be part of it too. Is it the ads that spawn the orbs? I don't think so though, because there was way more orbs than there was ads killed. The crystals leave a 2-second dot that stacks. Yeah, I feel like it's kill ads. They drop our power up orbs for boss. Yeah, I don't know that it is. I think it's just kill ads. Otherwise, boss has a huge shield, and the orbs just come out. Otherwise. Because there was way more orbs. Like, we had like 9 stacks of the buff, and there was not 9 orbs killed from what I could tell.
Welcome, friend.
Hey, hopefully we can finish this dungeon today, so we're not in here for 4 hours. We're still in the previous version. They probably just stay long enough for the phase. I doubt they're forever. But it would be cool if they were forever, because then you can just stack them all up on one and just instantly break it or something. I don't like Andrew in the War Within loading screen. He looks like he has Justin Bieber hair. You're going to be staring at it for a long time, so you better get used to it. Just to win. Yeah, the stacks also is a damage thing too, so I think that's just to mitigate one person getting all of them or something. Good to see people actually talking about the dungeon we're doing and not just leaving though. This is what testing used to look like. Used to just go in and just talk for 30 minutes before we'd even get anywhere. Fortunately, you can't grip. Tried that already.
So here we are. High Speaker Eirik. Or is it just Eirik now? He's fled from the Hall of Awakening into the Stonevault. He's probably running like a frightened
Territory
mouse.
there.
Please.
Not great.
Timorous beastie.
Yeah, that was scary. Purgatory on the pull is definitely not good. Get that front of the face away and then we'll move. Another one that has to be interrupted.
A stone to call forth the darkness.
Your health bar is going crazy. That's welcome to Blood Decay, yeah. Welcome to non-god tier Blood Decay, like non-pre-patch Blood Decay. We're a real tank now. We're no longer a brick wall. I mean, I think probably brick walls aren't even as strong as Blood Decay is in the pre-patch. I regularly go full dungeons without cheat death proccing either of them. This Affix is pretty good, honestly. This one's the least impactful of all of them from what the three that I've tested, this is the least impactful one. The one that's the least detrimental when it spawns, let's put it that way. So here's the new put tweak. How's Bone Storm change feel? Actually solid, yeah. It makes it a lot easier to not, like, you don't have to constantly be weighing when you're using Bone Storm or sitting on it for like 30 seconds to line it up right. Now you can just use it on CD, and even though it's a small nerf, I think that quality of life change is going to make the spec a lot easier to play. According to Blizzard, every week is a push week. Well, yeah, I was just joking. Not even a tank, really. More like a battleship where the crew is hastily fighting the fires, plugging holes, and bailing water. What the hell?
Something else?
Okay, so this one. Oh, vamp. Still got one shot through Vamp Blood. 14 million! That's because he got some, I guess. He must have gotten some, right? That's the only explanation. Yeah, he's got 3. I didn't even notice it. Okay, well, this is gonna one shot me too. Oh, he dropped the stacks. Okay. Yeah, I was trying to get the travelers. Yeah, the currency. Trading post. I find myself holding on to Bone Storm less with the change, which feels better. Hated using it before. Yeah, it's exactly right. Yep. It's a lot. It's like a big quality of life buff, to be honest. Even though it's a nerf, it's still a nice change. Parried that one. The fact that you can absorb one of the stone spikes with anti-magic shell is so big. It's just one fight, but yeah, it's definitely nice. This fight's very, very easy now, though. I don't know if you haven't seen the different weeks that have transpired, but this is no longer going to be the hardest fight in here by a mile. Probably going to be the easiest fight in here now, honestly. They went from 5 to 3, yeah. It's huge. Makes the fight pretty much just fucking do it. Who cares? You don't even deal with it. You know, the mechanics aren't even hard enough to care anymore. Except for that guy. Best healer in Mythic Plus? Blood DK question mark? Hopefully still. Probably giving us our run for our money. It's a lot of raid healing though. I'm sure all healers will be fine except Holy Priest. Holy Pally is looking good from what I've seen.
Looks like the main door is locked. Either one of these paths should lead us to an access console.
Okay, this is the same mob type, the spoiler. Oh, Purgatory. I thought it was alright. I wonder if he was excited to outheal the Blood Decay. It's Jambo, so you could ask him. Can't imagine he's watching the HPS bar as he's learning the dungeons, but maybe. Pretty much need to be ready for every one of those. Here it comes. Cool thing about fighting in the hallway is it only comes from one direction. Learning to later dispel is so easy now. Nice. Can they line of sight that? Maybe. It's a good question. I have no idea. Not sure what piercing wheel does. Damage taken. Oh, it makes it go more and more each time it gets through. Wow. Okay, that's interesting. So it's this big purple guy that does this stuff on the ground. Censoring gear is an actual silence on one person, so that there's a lot of things to kick in this hallway. Alright, here's the big guy. Gotta be ready for each one of his casts. Close, but not close enough. Good to get him killed ASAP though, either way.
A stone to call forth the darkness.
Spliff, welcome. Here, let's get this guy now.
A golem fused with scarred interruption?
Get him out of the way, then we can pull both the other sides. I think there's casters in this pack, so we probably should pull them both out. Let's try not doing that. I don't think there are actually. Alright, there's some casters, but they still funnel in, no problem. Think I'm gonna main Resto Shaman? Oh yeah. Yeah, the Shaman talents are really cool.
A stone
I agree.
to call forth the darkness.
Okay. Trash going well. Blood Plague top damage again, that's good. I'm not sure if my poor Earth Shield is going to suffice though. It's not meant to. Yeah, see, that's where the orbs come out. It looked like it was just where we were. Oh, we killed too many at once. Wait, what is that? Oh, the longer he's doing it, the more damage it does, I see. Killing it so hard when literally no one presses the defensive. And then the guy like refuses. I should have just kicked this guy. This guy's refusing to take battle reses in the middle of the phase because he thinks he's gonna die. It's like, okay, so you're just guaranteeing us to wipe then. Like, what are you talking about? We have to break the shield to live, and you're choosing to not be alive to break the shield. It's like, what? We can't. You have to at least try. Like, we can't not have you. It's not possible. Mage has used Mass Barrier at 5% HP several times now. Hunter hasn't turtled one, so no. Yeah, this is gonna be the hardest season, man. Like, this is just a 10. This is gonna be crazy. 613. I don't remember what the highest item level is, but like this is kind of low. But yeah, it's gonna be a while before we're all above 613, so it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be a long time before most of us get higher keys, I think. It's gonna be cool. Jambo, soon you will have to heal non-blood DK tanks too. Hit by that. See, collecting these now is pointless. Well, it makes the healing easier, I guess, but... Standing in this, do something? It doesn't look like it. Plus there, probably not a bad option. Yeah, that went well because of the lust, really. 636-ish will be most people with item level at max, so yeah. So this is pretty low still, yeah. I think we keep doing this, right? We keep breaking them too early. Or we're breaking them at the same time, basically. Oh, we have 5 people up, and one guy didn't have the buff. He lived. I wonder how that happened.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Broke all 3 at once. Really need to follow the tank here. Not sure why people are like splitting up and killing different ones. They're just killing them all. Yeah, they're basically like, okay, kill an ad, then they just like run away from the boss and start fighting an ad instead of just cleaving off the boss. If you can grip, that would be broken as fuck. That'd make this fight super easy. Did he turtle at the end? That is the problem with the testing environment, is like you have no idea if this guy's actually even done keys on Live WoW. Like he may literally be doing his first Mythic Plus ever right now. But we're all learning at least. I should be using these versatility flasks. That one. That one was kind of my bad because I dragged him too early. I just can't live these fights though, man. I don't know. I wonder if is there any discernible pattern about how they spawn? Well, maybe. Seeing mages carry frog boss adds like a mofo, and a 16 takes the price though. It looks like a person doing it for the first time. Oh, do we see that happen in 16? That's funny. Yeah, I mean that's not even uncommon, sadly. This boss is a menace. It's a very long fight because of how many targets there are. They should probably lower the amount of these ads. This is actually so fucking dangerous too, to have 2 go off like that. Pretty much GG. I don't think you can really live through that on a normal team. This is the kind of boss that makes me want to time the dungeon only to get the achievement. What does that mean? You mean like you're only going to do this dungeon once and stop? This requires players know when they need to top themselves and not kill ads. It's just hard. It's just overpowered. There's too many sources of damage on the fight, if you ask me. The boss itself is doing a lot, and then up on top of that, when the crystals break, they're doing a serious amount of damage to us. Like, we just wiped... We had... Both of the deaths were to a second crystal breaking by accident. The first one, I would say, was partially my fault because I moved the boss away from one that just never got finished. So it just broke randomly on its own from dots. But the second one was simply just everybody was like AoE hungry. Like there was one that was clearly the target, and then everybody switched to the 3 that were near the boss instead. So we had 2 just go off at the same time. Oh, it's definitely not undoable, I agree. But yeah, these fights are wild. So they're all raid fights pretty much over and over again. This is definitely going to be the hardest dungeon, even though the first boss got nerfed like crazy. This is the kind of boss having Og will be really good for the survivability. I don't know if I agree with that. This is kind of like the Brackenhide situation where you need 3 damage dealers attacking the orbs the whole time. But I guess I see your point. Like, it makes it so there's less pug mistakes because you have an Og. I still think the easiest way to not wipe on the fight is, like, the only thing that's problematic right now is that these shards breaking can happen by accident. If that wasn't a detriment, then the fight would be way easier, and it would be a way more fair fight, I think. I'll just leave that one up. It's like you're not really going to be able to break all 3 regularly. Or you can, but you'll require ranged help. Like, I just got hit by a mechanic on the ground, so that's GG. This will be my last time doing this dungeon, though. This has been a menace every single time we've done it. Not worth wiping for hours. Yeah, I think... I can't wait to do this boss with my friend who's switching to tank. I still have to tell him to go clockwise on Tree and Algathar. That's not an actual strategical fact. That's just something that everybody agrees on doing. This fight is not really about the tank, unfortunately. It's going to be about DPS controlling the damage and making sure the targets are getting swapped to properly. This fight's just overtuned though, because like you can tell, like we're talking about killing the ads too quickly, but like if we don't kill the ads quick enough, then the boss is gonna just wipe us with the shield. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm gonna try that, like keeping him in a corner, but we don't necessarily want that to happen. That's the problem. See, these 2 are right next to each other. This might be a good thing for the first set at least. I see I just killed somebody though. Oh, all 3 are right here. Well, we managed to get away with that. Actually, is our best pull so far, so yeah, maybe we should do that. Keep them all together. I can foresee a weak core auto marker to agree on the kill order. I think they'll just be markers automatically, like DBM does that shit no matter what. Skull will get marked out of all of them, and that'll be the one that... But the problem is it's usually just proximity based, so... I think you guys are right about keeping him close to the edge. Let's see what, like, how close to the edge we can actually get him. Where'd they go? Should be super rough for a frost mage that almost cleaves with every spell. Well, that's why I think they just need to nerf the fight. Like, this is not a pug fight. This is not a fair pug fight at all. Killing 2 shouldn't, like, instantly wipe you like it is right now. You have to kill them fast enough that the shield doesn't get out of control, you know what I mean? So it's, you're encouraging people to get them all killed ASAP and then just heal through the damage, but the damage isn't something you can heal through. So it's almost just like unfair. Like, the fight either needs to have a longer progression of mechanics, or that stacking damage buff element of it needs to be way, way weaker.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to not cleave them when they're near each other, and that's not something you should be punished for. Those are just made that mistake before in the past, but almost never in Mythic Plus for that I can remember. Probably just do another boss too, but not only that, but a boss that is punishing cleave within a Mythic Plus group where people spec cleave builds is insane. Yeah, I mean, one way or the other, it's just overtuned, I would say. It is rough, but I wiped an Althera's chain boss for like a month when people insta-cleared chains, even though I tell them not to. Wonder how long the learning curve will be on this boss. The thing is, you can control when the chain breaks. That's what I'm saying. Like, you can't stop these from breaking sometimes if they get cleaved down. I never got food though. I don't know where you get food down here. Yeah, it's wrong though. No, didn't press into him up apparently. Oh, both of them together. See, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know how you can do that. There's just no way that you can keep them that close together because they're just going to get cleaved by accident. It's just like, I get why, I don't know. At least start communicating about the fight, but. Yeah, that's enough. I'm done with this dungeon. It's been a waste of time. I probably spent like 5 hours in this dungeon and haven't finished the dungeon once. Seems to be the issue that you can't just not hit the boss too. Whereas I'm saying, like, this fight it needs to be tuned. That's all there is to it. Nothing more to talk about. It's overpowered. Way too hard, yep. Having him near the edge of the room funnels them into one area. Yeah, it's actually a bad thing, yeah. Alright, what other dungeons? Is that French or something? What is that? Some dude, lol. I don't understand what you're asking. Sorry, man. Alright, so what other dungeons got big changes? Really, Stonevault seems like the biggest one, but I don't know what they changed. Crystalline Smash can now be blocked. Looks like Mist has a lot of changes. We'll do Mist. It's Italian? Oh yeah. I'm sorry, I don't speak Italian. I don't think I've ever seen anybody speak Italian to me in WoW. It's a bit too much. Needs to be a chance of success, even with some failure. Yeah, it's just not fair how much damage it does if you break more than one by accident. There's no easy way to stop breaking one, so it's just going to happen a lot by accident, and it's going to wipe you every time. Grimbatol was a fun one. Yeah, I did Grimbatol a ton, but we'll probably end up doing it again today.
How you doing?
For now, we're going to do Mists.
Keep it real.
English is bad. I asked to do a key. Yeah, sweet man. Well, just let me know what your character is. Type the name of your character in chat, and I'll get you in.
What's up? Pleasure doing business with ya.
Can you do knifing mechanics in this expansion? It's like a bunch of new people can do it. It's like Tauren, High Mountain Tauren, Night Elf, Druid. That might be it. There's something else I think I can do it. I can't remember. Our dungeon's still really hard. Yes. Yeah, they didn't really change anything. I don't know. Where's Faxi at? Was it him who was saying that like top people are saying like these are huge nerfs? Just they didn't nerf shit. It's like one change per boss at most, and that's not even close to enough. Unless they do like a full-on scaling change. Yeah, I don't know. Some tank busters were slightly nerfed. I mean, those are like such a far cry from the problems that I see with Mythic Plus that I haven't even thought about it. I mean, I don't know what ones were nerfed. Seismic Smash, I guess that's the one you're talking about. This was not in any way nerfed to me. Those are the only two things we did in that dungeon, so. How is tank damage taken? Does it still feel like it's too high? No, it feels good. It's felt good. It felt normal for a long time now for me. I was gonna try and heal on Priest, but somehow I broke my click add-on. Oh, no worries. We'll get you in the next one. This is you, right? Russian Evoker? Jamboslav? I just don't know that we have anybody who can actually open this. Luckily, I'm a Night Elf on live, so. Don't see any Tauren. Do we see any Night Elves? You're a good man, One Azeroth. I love your videos, mate. Sweet man. I'll definitely be continuing them. Thank you for saying that. It means a lot. I wonder how much the Mythic Plus scene is going to lose players with delves being a thing. I think they are too hard to pug and even clear if you're not guaranteed anything from it gear-wise. I don't think delves will really overlap. The people who would quit for delves probably already quit and they just use zeros now, you know? Like that would have happened already. I think lower keys maybe, but high keys will retain the players. Yeah, like nobody's really doing keys for gear anyway at this point. You're doing it either for vault or score. Delves gear is just straight up worse too, is it? What's the highest it can be? Hero track, right? But is that only from the vault or something, or can it drop hero track here? Group damage looks too high, does it? I mean, there's mechanics on here that we aren't doing, so like that's another part of the conversation that's hard to have. Hero from vault? Okay, so you can't even get hero from finishing them? Oh, that's fucked up. Did you see that? Oh, wow. They reposition. That's crazy, actually. Wow. So because we were out of combat, they stopped moving. And then as soon as we got back in combat, then they started moving towards the pack again. That's crazy. It's crazy. In case you don't know, when these mobs die, they put a damage buff on you. It makes you take more damage, so you need to, like, people used to mass dispel it. But, it's probably not happening. You are my best friend, Pochi. Whoa, that's cool. Look at that. Organic friendships forming in chat. How about that? Thank you. That's wow. You should be thanked. You should be welcome for that, man. I wish I had a best friend. I don't even have a best friend, dude. I have like a couple medium friends. Cop's probably as close as I'm gonna come. He's in the hospital for a month. Like, yeah, man, life's not great on the friendship side. I think it gives the mobs extra damage taken too, doesn't it? Yeah, I think so. I was a huge fan of Mr. Turnstile. Welcome back, Justin. Glad to see you. Yeah, it was a good dungeon in Dragonflight or in Shadowlands. We'll see how it plays out in War Within. You just leave those back there, right? I don't know what happens. They'll eventually show up, I think. Yeah, they're coming. That's funny. How much has been changing and updated in Mists? I don't really think much has changed. The bosses are still the same, yeah. I know there's a week or now, but in Shadowlands I had no idea about it, and I absolutely hated the Mistcaller's Maze. Oh yeah. Yeah, that week or was like late season 2 people started using it. Can anyone use the Covenant buffs and skips in dungeons now? I think it has to be certain races or classes, but yeah, it's a lot easier. Most groups will have it, I think. What do you think about the new dungeons? They're hard. They're the hardest set of dungeons they've ever made, it looks like. The 4 that we have from the War Within are going to be way harder than the other 4, from what I could tell.
A stone to call forth the darkness.
Upgrading any key at all is going to be very tough, it looks like. SpongeBob is 25? Really? He still acts like a kid on TV if you saw recent stuff. Oh, there's Faxi. There's an even better WeakOr now? Oh, really? What is it? What tracer class do you need for Mists? I don't remember, sorry. Night Elf, I believe, and Tauren work. I don't remember what else. All I know is I'm a Night Elf on live, so that'll be perfect. Puts a map on your screen with a line. Whoa. You're gonna need that one. Is that made just for Dragonflight or for War Within, or was that around in Mob 2 or in Shadowlands 2? Herbalist also? Yeah, that's right. Yep. It's a new one. Oh, okay. I started to play retail. I come from classic, but retail feels so unsocial. We just raided dungeons without saying a word, and the dungeons were very easy. Do Mythic Plus, you know. There'll be a lot. You'll be wishing people weren't saying a word. Go do some Mythic Plus. The weird part about that affix, like it just sits there. I found the weak ore, sweet. Well, you send it to Jambo. Yeah, Jambo's gonna then send it to Jix. Jix is gonna take a copy of it and mail it to me. We'll get it. We'll get it to me. Don't worry. Just write the import string in cursive. Yeah, can you just type the import string in chat, bro? That would help. It's called Robo Maze. Ominous name. An Australian made it? Oh, it brought his name gonna work then. What the fuck? What's the most like successful Australian invention in the world, would you say? Do you have to craft gear or is it scaled? It's scaled on the beta, yeah. That weak aura was hectic. It fills half the screen. Yeah, we'll take a look at it. I think I actually remember this now that you bring this up. Vegemite. Okay, yeah, maybe. YouTube blocked my random characters, Lameo? That's funny. Yeah. What's happening to the boss? Why is he blowing up with blue? A ute? What is that? You have to flip the import string upside down to get it to work? Oh god, that's gonna be a mess. It's a coupe with a truck bed. Oh, okay. According to Google, the Australian best invention is actually a big one. Wi-Fi. Oh, okay, that's a good one. Sorry, Australia, I was wrong. Yeah, you're not allowed to post links in chat on YouTube. That's why we're talking about the way we are. Describe the URL's body phonetically. That's how we'll get it. Like B as in boy, A as in Charles or whatever. Didn't Australia invent spray on skin? Well, for like burn victims, you mean? I don't know. I just grow my own personally. Skin. It's a good option.
A stone to call forth.
Spray tan is on the list too. Oh, spray tan. I get it. That's not a good one. Faxi, can you call my cell phone and I'll read the URL out phonetically? Yeah, if somebody can do that, please do that. I like how when you link weak ores in group chat now, it gives the link to the original as well. The original was it? Post the part after the Wagyu base IRL, the stuff that follows the / and then the two wavies. Morse code could also work. Yeah, we can do Morse code. Here, I'll do binary. There, that's the URL. And so it allows you to solve the entire maze before entering the maze. And that's like gonna be allowed? It says I got a Discord message. Who's this from? Jambo. What the hell does he want? Oh, he sent me the link. Thank God we don't have to do all that stuff that we were just saying we were gonna have to do. It's kind of overpowered. It's a big image, but I assume you can change its size. Oh, you can always change its size, yeah. Guess I shouldn't have did that. Wait, what just happened? Oh. Wait, that was like the... Oh, shit. Thanks for... That's very generous of you, man. Thank you.
Metro, what do you think is the best healer for Mythic Plus? Blood Death Knight.
Gifted subs. 5 gifted subs. Thank you very much, Justin. That's very generous, man.
Metro, what do you think is the best healer for Mythic Plus?
Yeah, it's Blood DK.
Blood Death Knight.
Don't you see? Can't you tell? It's still on the screen. But yeah, it just opens this shit. That's interesting. This is like a mini map thing. That
Metro, what do you
access
think
to.
is the best healer for Mythic
I'm gonna mute
Plus?
But thanks a lot, man. That means a lot. $5 or 5 gifted members. It's very generous. Oh yeah, that's how we can do it in the future. If you guys want to link something, you just have to donate, and then it will play out on screen. I'm starting to think the best healer for Mythic Plus is Blood Decay. I would say so. Oh god, it's the mini map getting Echo of Neltharion flashbacks, and I'm scared. Oh really? Yeah, this is something that I think it's like you hold Shift M or something like that. It opens. Yeah, Shift M opens that. It's like a screen overlay, but it seems like it automatically, like, dynamically adjusted it to be as long as possible or big as possible. Yeah, definitely careful with the opacity of it, I guess. I want to see that weak ore in action. Hopefully you will. Well, I need to re-import it because I got confused. Okay. Want it up while it's there, but I guess it's fine. Any mages who enjoy trading food? I can give you the food that I still have if you want to come more. I've been watching a lot of the Olympics. Nothing makes me more patriotic than watching Simone Biles do all her little flips. Yeah, the like sports that you never ever see on TV are the most interesting thing about the Olympics. That guy who like won the silver while shooting, and he didn't even have like ear protection, or he had like very, very minimal ear protection, and he had like no glasses on, and he was smoking a cigarette while he did it or whatever. Like, that was crazy. That he's skilled, I think. A group of 3. That's interesting. Should we invite that on the beta? I guess we will. Women's beach volleyball will always be my favorite. I wonder why. He's 52. Yeah, he's like some ex-special forces guy from wherever the fuck that country is. I watched Mountain Bike Race. That thing was wild. Oh, really? It's just never on. Like, it's not. I never get to watch it. Oh, look at that. That's interesting. That guy is probably a hitman. Yeah, I think he's like some military guy, background guy. I mean, you don't have to be a hitman to be good. Open minimap. I mean, Shift M, right? What's with the mushroom? What? It's kind of crazy. Americans won 0 medals in shooting. That's because there's no like mass shooting thing or like as grim as that sounds. You have to actually be accurate with your gun. Is that Jambo in chat playing a priest? Yes. I don't know what this is. Let's put it down here though, I guess. Well, I don't know where to put it. I'll put it over here, I think. What are these Mario mushrooms? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, they are using AR-15s. That's what I'm saying, yeah. The top comment was, if this was in a school, we'd be gold medalists. Yep. I don't know what the mushrooms are for. It makes me think you're supposed to click one every time or something. Screaming crowds required to get them pumped. The shrooms are the ones before first boss, no? No, I mean on the weak horror. Did you not see it? Same could be said about any Blade event for the Brits, but with recent events, it's a bit of bad taste. Oh, right. Do we have somebody who can actually open this? You never really know. Looks like a no. We now have the most winning female gymnast ever and the most winning female swimmer. What's going on with that chick, bro? How is she winning like that? Is she cheating? I'm a little suspect of that, man. I only heard of her for the first time this Olympics, and it's like, wait, what? One of the most dominant female athletes ever? What? Are we sure? And why is there so many different swimming things? Ledecky, she wins with no one else in frame. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, come on. Who does that? I don't know of another athlete that ever won that. Like, you could say maybe Tiger Woods, but, like, honestly, nah, not really. There was plenty of times when Tiger Woods was challenged in his prime. It was never a blowout win every single time he competed. That's something else. I don't know.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
She owns all the high school records and all but 2 NCAA. Yeah, it's just weird though how there's like, I don't get why there's so many different swimming things either. This is another thing I don't understand about the Olympics. Like there's other girls swimming that aren't doing the event that she's doing that seem like, you know, they're competent, like very good swimmers. So how do they choose which event to do, and why aren't they doing the one where she's in? It's the same in track. There's 20 different things. Yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. How do you choose which one you want to be a part of? That's kind of how gymnastics work too. Simone messed up on one of her events and still kind of gapped the competition. Oh, really? Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of, it makes me a little suspect. I think it's just because there's not a lot of money in it, so there's not like some competitive reason that people are trying to outclass her. Oh, we have a warlock. It's gonna do the fancy skip. Look at that strategy. Haven't seen that since Shadowlands.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Oh, I see it. Yeah, she has the top, like nobody's even come close to winning once. She has the record, like basically every time she competes, she has a new record. Women's Olympic sports historically don't have much money to help them. Most of them pay their own way to the Olympics. Yeah, I guess that's like the one thing that's keeping me. Oh, you're not going to be able to make it. I'll need to summon. Oh, you invised? Yeah, I think you can just mind suit that actually. What's with this? Why, who changed the spell? Flava Flav is the sponsor of the women's water polo team and got them out there. Yeah, I saw that. That's pretty cool. That dude's just like... I was talking about this the other day. His official job title is Hype Man. It's like, you know you're fucking famous when your job is to just talk. Like, you don't even do anything. You're just there to be a positive influence. Like, wow. Pretty wild.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Swimming gets a lot of funding. It's the smaller sports that do like fundraising and donations and stuff. Like the U.S. female rugby team got a $4 million donation from a random person. Oh, really? I just meant like the other countries. Like, how is it that nobody's even in the picture with that girl? Like, I don't know. There's not a lot of competitive drive there. I think that probably a lot of people just gave up. Like, well, we have no shot of beating her, so we just won't even try to beat her. Just race for second, basically. I think the Affix moves too fast, you think? I'm not sure I would say that. It's a very peculiar one. This is the easiest of the three that I've seen, so it's like hard to criticize it. That one Australian girl's real good too. I think she beat her in one race, right? Not from what you're talking about, Katie Ledecky. Not from what I've seen. She has never had any competition whatsoever. It's only existed for 2 Olympics though, from what I read as well. This is only the second Olympics that race has existed.
Do you see it?
They showed a graphic that if you add up how much Ledecky has swam in competitions, it's almost a full lap around the world. Oh, that's cool. But not all in one sitting, obviously, so. You need to be able to swim, if you're going to swim a full lap around the world, you need to be able to do it in one sitting. What the hell is that? Oh, it's a demon or something? Ledecky's a beast? Yeah. Hard to deny that. The question is why and how. Didn't someone swim across the English Channel? I'm sure, yeah. That's not that far, I don't think. How many miles is the English Channel? Look at it. Report back.
Do you see it?
150 miles and 20 miles are my 2 answers. Great, thanks guys. Good work. David Williams, is that his actual name or did you spell Williams wrong? It's 150 feet deep. That's pretty far. I see 20 miles. It can't be much, like 150 miles. It can't be that far because they had to build a tunnel through it, right? I don't think you could have a 150 mile tunnel, can you? We moved up to second in gold medals because of Simone and Ledecky. We're in 7th for a while. Oh, really? How many sports are like totally done though? Yeah, the fix worked out really well on this one, yeah. I think a few people have swam it, but they did it for charity. He's a comedian. Oh. So that dude just like, he just did it for fun kind of thing? Is that what you're saying? The English Channel is not the same width throughout its length, ranging from 21 miles at its narrowest to 150 miles at its widest. Oh, so there's like different spots you can start at that will make it easier or harder. Is that what you're saying right now? The channel at its narrowest is 21 miles and 150 at its widest. This boss doesn't have to get to 0, does it? I can't remember. Jumbo's like kind of toxic, huh? He's like one of those people that if we got submitted a key, I'd probably think he's not a very good person. I just typed that out when you read the other comment. It's funny. I was watching someone do this on 13. The boss was 7 minutes. Oh, that's sad to see that's still the case. Matthew Webb swam unassisted without artificial buoyancy for 21 hours. He got stung by a jellyfish on the way. Oh, that's unfortunate. Alright, well, we're just like gonna wipe here. It looks like this. We're just not killing the correct target. Tyrannical is too much with the HP. Oh, everything's tyrannical now. Alright, yeah, but straight up, if you're just gonna like argue with people, then you can just, I don't know, you just log off because it's a waste of time. Well, no shit, they're awful, bro. Have you been on the beta before? Like, this is everybody on the beta. Nobody knows what they're doing, so just, you can't control your emotions during the keys, and no worries. You can just do something else. I'd love to get blamed for saying for something I did wrong. That was pretty toxic, yeah. If that got submitted to me in a video, I would be commenting a lot about that. Alright, let's see if we can get this one done. I want to see this week or. Get used to it with all the changes. It's now always the healer's fault. It's always been that way, unfortunately. Someone swam it 3 times in a row. Oh, really? Well, if it's only 20 miles, I mean, how long does it take to swim 20 miles? I don't know how fast people can actually swim, but I imagine it doesn't even take more than a few hours, right? Oh, wait, what? 24 hours. So how did somebody swim 3 days straight then? I don't get disbanding on the beta. People have absolutely nothing to lose and only things to learn. Well, in that case, I get a fucking argument over people dying on a beta. Like, that's obviously going to be a disband. Everybody else, though, who's just, like, leaving for no reason and not saying anything, those guys are fucking idiots. Where did I get that? Why do I have that in my bags? He got fed by a boat along the way. Sarah Thomas did it 4 times in a row nonstop. What are these people, crazy? Why would you do that? Not sleep for 54 hours, but swim for 54 hours? What are you crazy? You're gonna fucking die. That's like super dangerous, is it not? I don't think I could even float for 54 hours, let alone swim. I don't think I could float for 5 hours. They have a few boat escorts. Lose some biking points for that. Actually, I saw this. Who's that? Peter Attia who did this shit? He swam. Where would he? This is a It's bullshit. They're cheating. It sounds like they're doing something, which they still are, but it's like when you hear it out loud, you're like, whoa, that's crazy. And then you realize that they're actually just like, there's people in boats following them and helping them. It's like, what? That doesn't count. You didn't do it alone. You didn't do it. This was after she was diagnosed with breast cancer. Oh, was it to like raise awareness or something? Yeah, they definitely pooed and peed in the channel, which is fucking disgusting. There's people who are supposed to drink that water. The guy who swam from Miami to Cuba but was in a shark cage the whole time? Right, like shit like that, yeah. They're like cheating.
Yeah, what do you want? Be careful out there. If you ever need anything.
Yeah, I guess I do. This is all normal for the beta, so. Just do me a favor and like don't waste anybody's time by getting into fights with people. The channel is mostly spent ship fuel, not water. From my brief visit, spent ship fuel. What does that mean? Do we have a we have a druid this time, so that means we'll be able to do the normal skip thing. Do I actually have score? Barely finished any keys. We have 560. Oh, I have a vault somewhere. Where the fuck would the vault be? Oh, look at the new vault icon. That's cool looking. I really like this art. This art too is really nice too. I don't know where you can get that art or what that's from. Well, we definitely have a night elf too, right? Yeah, that guy's night elf. Damage. We got a druid who's feral, okay. Saw a fair amount of bombkins, but not much feral. What do you think of the augmentation nerfs, and do you think they'll still remain a staple in higher keys? I don't really care much about higher keys, so I don't know the answer to that, honestly. Probably, as long as they keep helping, as long as they keep helping the top players in the world survive, then yeah, they'll always be a staple. Or maybe it'll get to a point where they simply don't do enough damage with one that they can't bring one, I don't know. Used to be a good warlock gate through the wall next to you. I think they patched it. No, we literally just did it in the last key.
Do you see it? A stone.
We will have to see what the pros do, and then the masses will follow. I can't wait to be told how to play the game. I'm excited for it. All this guesswork is just it makes me feel unhappy. Oh, Shroud. Sounds good to me. Isn't it crazy to think though that if no one streamed or put out videos telling you how to play, how much better the community would be together? It's actually funny. I'm not sure why you'd say it that way, but I guess we agree, yeah. Influencer culture has hurt WoW more than any decision Blizzard's made, unfortunately.
You see a stone to call forth the darkness.
What the hell? Stop streaming? Well, I'm trying to be a voice of reason in this conversation, so if you are, you're trying to tell us to not leave keys. Oh, that's true. Actually, what's this?
Worshipping sticks and leaves.
Influencer culture, yeah. Obviously, there was always videos. Like, that's why I said you said it so weird. Like, there was always people making videos as far back as Classic. Just not very high quality videos. You can still watch those videos, like the Leroy Jenkins was one of them. But that wasn't made to, like, you know, there wasn't an influencer behind that. It was just something fun that got uploaded to the video, to the YouTube, you know, to the internet.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
The original WoW videos were most of montages, not guides. But there was still guides, is my point, yeah. And the guides were just in text too, like angry, or what's it called, elitist jerks. That was a more concentrated place where guides all lived back in the day. There was nothing like discords and stuff, but it was all angry, or I keep saying angry jerks, elitist jerks. Do you think constant tier list videos are considered to be toxic to the community? Not toxic, that's the wrong word, obviously, but detrimental, yes, 100%. Those videos are answering a question that nobody should be answering, that nobody should be asking. And as such, when you get a question, when you get an answer to a question you shouldn't ask, you now get positive feedback in your brain, and it makes you think, all right, I'll just keep asking that question season after season. Meaning you'll never actually learn the answer yourself. You'll never be able to derive the answer yourself. You'll always be asking somebody else to answer it for you. And this is what makes players bad at the game. The big problem with it especially is that it's not a question that can't really be answered. People try to answer it before the season even starts, which is absolutely ridiculous. Obviously nobody knows what the meta at the end of the season is going to be when the season hasn't even started yet. Things develop and changes happen all the time. So it's really just a question that shouldn't be being asked by anybody, but somehow it's continually asked and answered. Tier lists are super useless too because tier list A says spec A sucks. But it's all opinions. That's the other thing that people don't understand. Which is fine to get, you know, like you can take my opinion and make it into your own opinion. That's totally fine and normal. That's not really the big problem with them. I should say a lot of people don't understand that they are opinions, I think. Like, when I used to make them in Legion, people would literally, like, argue it to the teeth. Like, I'm like, bro, it's just my fucking opinion. Like, what you think your 2-paragraph comment is gonna make me change my opinion on a video I already published? Like, I don't give a fuck what you say about it. It's like, this is just my opinion. Go make your own tier list if you have a different one. But people never understood that. It's just always like, nope, you're wrong. It's like, what? Can't be wrong, bro. It's an opinion. Stop. Okay, this time it didn't work out. This time the affix did not work out. We just wiped to the affix there. It's pretty crazy. I should have prioritized dodging the mechanic. I don't think there's like Mythic Plus is gonna be fucking ridiculously hard. This is gonna be the hardest season, like by probably triple of any other season. All tier lists promote is flavor of the month, and flavor of the month players are so bad most of the time. That's a good point too. I didn't even really think of it that way, but they also promote bad, like, you know, bad decision making from the player base. It's funny because the previous poll, everything worked out perfectly on that, and now it's worked out awfully. I have to click these, right? 10% stamina. It's a lot of health. I can't cast Mind Soothe at all in the beta? Oh, really?
Do you see a stone to call forth the darkness?
Gone from my sight. You will do my bidding.
Luckily, the failure check on this boss doesn't really matter if we let the orbs go through. Well, as long as the boss was actually dead here, like it should be. Right after the fear, it should be transitioning, so if it's not, that means you're slow on damage. I guess we don't have Fire Mage propping it up like we did back in Shadowlands. If it's not tier list, people will just go off Race to World first or top Mythic Plus streams and run with their comps anyway. Yeah, and that's fine, because then at least they're actually like working to get that info. That's like a big part of the problem. It's like, yeah, like I said, like they're asking a question that they shouldn't be asking, and people are answering it preemptively. Like, at least if they asked the question and got the answer the normal way by doing some research, then it would be more impactful to them. Like they would learn something about it.
You see
But the fact that you can just like Google the answer to a question you should never ask is ridiculous. Like that's not how the world should work. Certainly not the world where competitive avenues are different for every player. Cheerless is just gotcha for class bias thinking. What the fuck is that? Mishu, what's up, buddy? Welcome. How are you? I'm great. Be a lot better if we can finish some keys on the beta here, but so tier lists are inherently bad, just the way they are interpreted, and should just be accepted as more fun and subjective. They're inherently bad simply because nobody is ever going to do that. Like, so yeah, they need to stop. Like, you know, like here's a good example. This is probably a very extreme example, so I apologize for this, but this is an example I've been thinking about for a long time. So there's a bridge near me, right? It's extremely popular for people jumping off it. It's like everybody, there's like been like 20 people who have jumped off the bridge. And so for a long time, politicians in this area were saying that these people are committing a crime, so we should not change anything. They need to stop jumping off the bridge. But it never, like, it's not going to stop. Like, for some reason, everybody who wants to commit suicide in this area just jumps off this bridge. And they're killing other people because they're falling on top of cars while they're driving. So it took them like years to finally do something about this location in this city, because like the people who made the bridge are like trying to be like, I'm not a murderer, I didn't do this, you know what I mean? And it's like, yeah, you're right, but at this point it's your responsibility here. Like, you can't keep letting people do this. And this is the exact same situation that you have with influencer culture in general, but tier lists are a great example of it in WoW. People are basically like, well, I just want money, I don't care if I influence people by accident. It's like, well, you're part of your job, bro. Like, you did this, you need to stop doing this. So tier lists started out not inherently bad, yes, but they are now completely like, nobody should make a tier list ever again. Nobody should ever make a tier list comparing classes ever again. And the only reason they do it is to make money, and that's, yeah, not a redeemable reason to make that content. Jix was somebody. Every time I played Havoc, I spent 30 minutes using a guide to get it going. I don't have time for more than that. What's that mean? What part of the, what were we, are you on my side or against it? That was close to a wipe there. Yeah, luckily we have reses. I just wish Blizzard would come to a formal post that says something along the lines, we balance all specs around a 12. Well, they're never going to say that because they can't prove it. People way overestimating the influence streamers have on the meta. Okay, so here's the weak core.
Come along.
I have no idea how it works. What am I looking at? What key level is this? 10. We're gonna only be doing 10 today. Will you ever play a rogue? I only play tank, basically, but I did some leveling challenges on a rogue. They're kind of cool. It's a fun class. Middle to leaning towards quick info, as I know how to use that info. Well, yeah. Glad to hear that. Run to the whelp, not the iguana. That's not what's being shown, though. I don't understand.
You find your way through the mist.
There's whelps everywhere. I don't know what I'm looking at all. This doesn't make any sense. Am I supposed to recognize what these things are? How come we only play tanks? I enjoy it the most. I'm too dumb to think for myself. I need a tier list and a meta and a flavor of the month class to tell me to enjoy the game. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's, you know, you're making a joke out of it, but like, nobody's too dumb to think for themselves. They've just tricked themselves into thinking they can't figure this out on their own. And that's why the comment before that was, you know, wrongly stated about that. Like, it's a good thing. If people went and actually watched videos and like learned from what the top players were doing by actually like viewing them doing it instead of somebody just telling you the answer, you would become smarter. You'd become a better player. That's a good thing. Yeah, this doesn't work at all. I don't even know what I'm looking at. Is it meant to be this one then, based on this? Nope. I think tier lists are bad, not guides. Yeah, guides are totally different. Yeah, I have no idea what this is.
You did it. Good guess.
What even, like, is it even working? I'm so confused. You saw somebody use this and it made sense to them? I must be not... I don't know what I'm missing on it, honestly. Aren't tier lists just entertainment? Are people actually influenced them by them? Yes. Blizzard could have broke it. Click the buttons to see if it does anything. It's not. They're not buttons. Route 11 selected. I have no idea what I'm even looking at. I guess you just got to figure out where the dragon is, and then you know where you need to go or something. Is everyone incapable of doing the maze the normal way? No. It's not about doing it the normal way. We're just checking out a weak aura. Which makes no fucking sense whatsoever. I don't even know what I'm looking at. Who would you consider as a WoW influencer? I'm a little confused by that term. What's confusing you about it? A WoW influencer is somebody who lets their who gives their opinions out and influences people with them.
A stone to call forth the darkness.
Influences like a lot of people with them, not just one person with them. Just like any other influencer. I wouldn't call Dorky an influencer. Then you'd have your definition wrong of what an influencer is. Only WoW influencer I use to make my decisions is Bicep Pumps, who does guides for Frost and Holies. Oh, really? Yeah, like literally anybody with any type of audience is an influencer. Even like Discord, like people on like the Discords, those people are influencers. Maybe it's just a term you've never heard before. It's a pretty common term on the internet, but I get not everybody probably cares about it. I don't even know what I'm looking at, so I'm just closing that.
A stone.
Beyond confusing, I have no idea what that is. I mean, Bicep Pump is rank 1 every tier on Death Knight and makes detailed guides about rotations. I trust him. Yep. I mean, there's a variety of, like, I'm not saying, like, somebody who gives their opinion on the internet is not to be trusted. There's obviously a variety of people who actually are giving information that is good and should be listened to for different reasons. But, like, this all started because what I was saying before is that, like, people don't understand that there's nuance to these conversations. And, having that lack of nuance is what creates this problem with tier lists. People just continually go to them as like a way of just cheating, like shortcutting information, you know? Like I'm not... Fucking people are so stupid. Yeah, I don't know how the fuck we took so much damage there. That's pretty wild. He died to a melee? Yeah, he died twice to the threat. 2 pulls in a row. Is there a difference with Blood DK now with the Death Strike nerf? Oh yeah, huge difference, but it's not changing like the actual gameplay or like the rotation much in my eyes. My advice is just take anyone who is notorious WoW haters' opinion with a grain of salt. Oh, well, don't listen to anybody who ever says negative things about the game like that. If somebody is saying something on the internet that is bad about the company that they're supposed to be being an influencer for, it's likely because they're doing it for views. That they're not genuinely doing it to change the course of action. People like that shouldn't be allowed to play the game, IMO. See, that's the problem. Bliss, welcome. How the hell are you? How's your day going? Glad to see you. Do they think they may revert the nerf if they receive enough backlash? Do I think it? Do I think it? Maybe, but it's probably too late by now. I think that would have happened already. At least we got to hear that sick clown horn of a weak horror. Yeah, I don't know what that is. That doesn't make any sense. It was a good nerf. The problem with the nerf is it didn't really achieve the goals that they said that they wanted it to, so. My day is almost over. Thank God it's Friday. Yes. Friday. Exciting, right? Weekend. Woo. Alright, let's try that again. We'll try that one more time, but it's getting kind of silly now. We haven't even come close to finishing a dungeon yet today. What happened to the old maze week aura? Nothing. We were just trying this one out. Because I was alerted to... Well, I don't have the... Oh, yeah, here it is. Jambo sent it to me. I was alerted to this preposterous claim that they make. It allows you to solve the entire maze before entering the maze. Is this meant to be like you're supposed to do this on your own? I don't know what the fuck I'm looking at here. Whether players take it as good or bad, I am actually so happy Blizzard is inconsistent updates on the beta. I know it's rough having so many before launch. I assume they will hit a code freeze too. No, you're misunderstanding what's happening. They always do consistent updates, obviously. Like, there's always a beta build week after week. The problem here is that they're doing changes that should have been done months ago this late. They've always bounced like this? No, they definitely haven't. Before, all the like dramatic class changes were done with the pre-patch, and then The stuff that they would iterate on is stuff that would be relative only to Dragonflight or only to Shadowlands, you know, the actual expansion itself. As in the amount. Oh, yeah. Okay, we agree with that. There's a macro. Okay, so yeah, we needed to read this, I guess. Make the macro, see below, and put it on your bars. This targets mobs and triggers the weak aura to mark and count them. How to use after installing. Open your zone map. Mini boss information plus the macro as soon as the weak aura appears. Then again while hugging the night face seed before the maze. The night face seed? What? Oh. This is a lot of fucking work. Left clicking the mushrooms increments the room number. This is not required on a moderate key, but if you're going very fast on a low key, this might be required. If you go straight and the route is not detected by the macro because there is no matriarch, it will be one of the left 2 doors. Manually solve the room and click the Night Blossom if you go through that room, otherwise click the X. The weak aura will solve 10 of 12 routes instantly and 2 of 12 routes after the first room. Glad you're reading this. I can't read. I guess we'll try this again, I guess. It's kind of weird. Push the macro as soon as the weak aura appears, then again while hugging the night face seed before the maze. Wait, what is the video? For full explanation, watch the following video. What the
Hi guys, it's Robosaurus.
Dude, I can't. What the fuck? Okay.
Tonoscythe, Australian weak aura.
God.
This makes significant improvements over the Chinese weak aura by revealing the entire maze.
This
without
guy's not
entering
even
the
Australian.
maze in 10 out of 12 cases. The other 2 cases require solving 1 room, which I'll get to later.
I guess he is.
Now, upon entering the zone, you'll have your battleground map open, and you'll need to input 2 bits of information. The first bit of information is which of the 5 rooms the mini boss goes to. It's either left all the way here and straight, which is this bottom right icon, left then turning right, which is this icon down here, going straight, which is this middle icon here, going right and then turning left, which is this icon here, or going right and going all the way around the edge, which is this icon here. The second bit of information you need to know is which of the mini bosses is in the maze. So there is a second matriarch over here, or a Night Blossom kind of in the center of the maze.
This is just too
In order
complicated.
to get this
I'm not.
information-
I'm sorry. It's we'll see what people say about it when it comes out. But it's just way too fucking complicated. All right. Anyway, let's try this one more time, and then we'll move on to a different dungeon. It's not complicated though. Yeah, it absolutely is. Are you kidding me? The other one literally just does it for you. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to have a macro.
Have a good one.
You just click a macro twice. I mean, I need to remember to do it. That's my point. Like, that's far more complicated than the regular weak aura. What else was on there? I already shut it down, I guess. Keep closing it. I mean, it's not hard compared to anything else in the game, but it's harder compared to every other weak aura I've ever used in my life. Oh, okay. And yeah, and again, you need another... Yeah, you need multiple add-ons, macros. Yeah, thanks. Somebody else could handle it. I prefer the old add-on. It literally popped up and you click the 4 you see and it highlighted the correct door is green. Yeah. It's a bit... It's over here, overboard for something that's not that complicated. Imagine all the people saying no add-ons in WoW. They'd have to do the maze manually. You're really on this kick, huh? We were just checking out the weak aura. It's not really that serious. I know the new dungeons are going to be difficult, at least for some time. Which one do you think is the hardest mechanically? You mean like completely ignoring the tuning of it, but only looking at mechanics? The tough one, I don't know. It's hard to divorce the two, right? I mean, I did Mott's without a weak aura in Shadowlands. Yeah, you can do it without, no problem. The other weak aura works fine. It's just takes a couple rooms to get going. Usually someone had the weak aura. Groups where no one did fell apart pretty fast. Oh, really? I never say group fall apart over, but I guess that's because I always had it. The maze isn't hard, but the timer in Mott's is so unforgiving. The weak aura is a time saver. It's a good way to look at it, yeah. It's definitely good to have that information, but I don't know that it's so good that you need 2 different add-ons and macros and all this specific nonsense. And 8-minute explanations where you're wearing a fucking tiger suit. Like, what? I guess I appreciate that guy putting that work in. That's cool, but I don't know, it's kind of like circumventing the point of the creation at that point in my eyes. Some of the streamers I've been watching have said Stonevault, so I was curious on your opinion. Well, Stonevault's easy. Like, that's why I hesitated. Stonevault's very easy mechanically. It's just very hard tuning-wise. Like, I've not done a fight in Stonevault where I was like, oh, this fight's way too hard mechanically. Like, if they nerfed the things that I said they should nerf when we did it earlier, it would be very, very easy dungeon. Like, that would probably be the easiest dungeon.
Hey, how you doing?
It was fun doing mods with a group of friends in Discord. But pugging it is less fun. Yeah, no, I'm going to get rid of that weak aura because that's obviously going to just confuse people. Robo maze, Jesus Christ. Tuning for me, Stonevault and Dawnbreaker, but is tuning now really relevant? It's hard to know if it's relevant or not because it's been this way for so long. Necrotic Wake was super hard at release. Oh, you mean like the fact that it's going to get easier maybe over time? Yeah, obviously they could nerf it, but all we can react to is what we have currently. But okay, yeah, I guess the answer is Dawnbreaker. Yeah, Dawnbreaker is the answer. I don't know why I didn't think of it. Forgot all about that dungeon. That's how bad it is. Dawnbreaker is the answer. It's not even really close. No matter what they do mechanically or tuning wise there, that dungeon's going to be the worst dungeon. And we got like a dungeon like Siege of Borealis, which was used to be that same way. Like the tuning was irrelevant. It was just bad mechanics. At least they did fix some of the mechanical problems in that dungeon. Yeah, dragon riding. It's just going to be a mess of a dungeon while people learn it. Dawnbreaker will have the most bugs fixed when it returns in Season 3 and 4. It has the potential to be like a totally different dungeon, I agree. I should probably get on the beta and do these dungeons since I want to try and tank going to War Within. Yeah, you definitely don't want to be not doing that, that's for sure. If you have the opportunity to do it and the time to do it, you should definitely do it. Especially the 4 new ones, like even if you don't, you know, you've already done these old ones probably, so. Just so you can see the layouts of them and stuff. Realistically though, I mean, it's probably not that different than just like watching me do it or watching anybody do it. But yeah, I would definitely, I would never feel confident. Like, that's why when I came, like, cause I never did the Mythic Zero for Dragonflight. So I spent like a full stream just doing that dungeon on the beta or in the PTR when it was ready for Season 2 or Season 3, I guess it was. I would never feel confident walking into a key day 1 and never having seen a dungeon before. That would just make the whole process of Mythic Plus way worse. Gotta at least have ran it once. Wake up the Shadow Priest. Oh, his damage is bad. Shadow Priest just got a straight up 6% nerf. We love to see that. Oh, what? Just today? Hey, Harry, what's up, buddy? Big Friday? It's regular size here in the US, at least. Why? What's going on? Not a nerf. Nerf him to the ground. Or not enough. Nerf him to the ground. Literally 1 minute ago. Nice. Can we use Mind Soothe? Nothing is happening, but it is Friday. That's true. Oh, for anybody? Oh, for anybody? I thought it was just you. That's strange. We do have, what, 3 weeks after launch before Mythic Plus opens? So we could spam the War Within dungeons at least? Yeah, sort of. I mean, you're gonna do Mythic 0, right? So I don't know. Yeah, plenty of time to learn it, I guess, one way or the other, but... Waiting, I would not say is beneficial to anybody. Unless you simply don't have the time. Gambo from South Park. You sure this priest wasn't perfect 60%? What's that mean?
A stone to call forth the darkness.
If only there was a way to skip the pack. Apparently it doesn't work. Oh, nerfed. It'll depend on what item move drops and what vault gives Mythic 0 gear over delves. Does it not just sound like you're like just making excuses to not learn dungeons? I just get in there and get some time on them. There's no reason not to. Unless you don't have the time. Triangle and 4 are active together. You have missed some things. Welcome. I think each one gives a different buff, is that right? It was a crit one a while ago, I thought.
Do you see a stone to call forth the darkness?
I just like having a crutch of item level.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
I just want to see Miss Collar and Tradova. Well, you're probably not going to see it, honestly. I would like to add up all the time we spent on the beta and tell you how many keys we actually finished. It's probably like single digits. Probably less than 5, to be honest. Dromi, what's up, buddy? Welcome.
Do you see a stone to call forth the darkness?
81 degrees in my office. Oh yeah. Oh, 5 more. Thanks a lot, man. Very generous. Oh, it's still muted from before, isn't it? Alright, this affix isn't as easy as I thought it was. But I think this fight is just going to make all the affixes very hard no matter what one comes out. Probably more the fight than the actual affix. So I play for a bit. Somebody should invent an Excel sheet to track the dungeon completion rate.
Metro, what do you think is the best healer for Mythic Plus? Blood
Blood
Death
Death
Knight.
Knight. Thank you very much, man, for 5 gifted memberships. Means a lot. I really appreciate that. Don't always agree with your takes, but still gotta
Metro,
show
what do
some
you think
support.
is the
I appreciate
best
that, man.
healer for Mythic Plus? Blood Death Knight.
That's enough. What are some examples of things that you haven't agreed with? Always eager to hear.
Do you see a stone to call forth?
The best healer is Sanguine Affix. Not anymore. Sanguine got nerfed into oblivion, literally. This fight just sucks when you have a bad single target. Sanguine was a bad healer anyway. Right, I like your take on it actually. It was always a bad healer because the mobs still die eventually. A good healer should keep people alive no matter what. Sanguine is basically just pad.
Do you see a stone to call forth the darkness?
Sanguine did its best. His DPS would move out of its heals. Oh, good counterpoint. Great counterpoint. Very good counterpoint. Wow. Didn't even think about it that way. You can't really blame Sanguine for that, can you? Yeah. Might be the biggest brain here, yeah. Well, I don't know. That was you yesterday who came up with the Anduin is going to become a bad guy thing, right? That wasn't you. Take the credit for that because that was an awesome idea. I think the one that irks me the most is your, I don't want to say hatred, but that's kind of how it comes off to me, of the class. What class? What are we talking about? He's got recency biased. Yeah. Oh, Og? You find it unfounded? Really?
Yay! My friends are here to play. Come along.
Can you explain to me why anybody would ever take an Og to a low key? What is this pull on the ground? Just damage? Looks like it.
Can you find your way?
That's why I say overall you're absolutely correct in low keys. Oh, well that's my only... It's the only time we bring it up. I haven't played in a while. You can frost type now as blood? No. This is a hero talent. Really cool looking.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
What do you consider low keys? Yeah, any key level where they're not needed. They're bad pick. I don't like seeing them at my key level, no, not at all. Hey, not this gap. How'd they bring this one back? Yeah, I'm surprised they picked this one, to be honest. What are we doing? I thought you were going to say Resto Druid, because that one kind of took off and got out of control. That's the one to criticize me on. Og is not much of a debate, unfortunately. They're pretty much exclusively played by bad players. There's no way to prove that they're actually doing anything either, so even if they aren't played by bad players, it's extremely difficult to tell if they're putting in the same amount of work as everyone else. And they simply objectively do less damage than everybody else, so you better make sure that the player you're bringing is bringing something other than damage, because you're not getting much else from them. And unfortunately, in the pug world, nobody really does anything other than damage, so you basically have like the perfect storm for respect that it's just an awful pick in pugs, but people continue to perpetuate the idea that it's good simply because the top players in the world need it in order to do the keys they're doing. We obviously do not need it to be able to do a 15. I can understand the Resto Druid one because of how important kicks can be and their apparent aversion to taking one. Yeah. That one I feel like was more of a belligerent stand than...
You're almost there.
Certainly the Og one is like, I don't know. That one's not really... I wouldn't even say that's a take, that's just how it is. It's a bad pick in the medium, in the keys that aren't... Like any key where you need damage and you don't have a good player piloting it, it's just not a good pick. That's not 100%. If you log your combat log, it'll give an accurate reflection. We've already done that, yeah. We've done that many times to test it, and it is still way, way worse than every other DPS. I've never seen, after doing that, I've never seen an AUG at the top of the charts. Do you have some examples where you have logs where AUGs at tops of the charts? Most people that play AUG and high keys with groups are usually shot callers. Oh yeah.
A stone.
AUG is S tier if you're meta playing, and tier F if you're pugging. Yeah, pretty much. That's the way I looked at it. Just like when something with like when you have healers with no kicks in the meta. They better do something crazy, because if they don't have the necessary utility to make up for the problems that pugging offer, it's gonna just be worse. POG is important for their toolkit IMO. Right, and that's what I'm saying. The toolkit is not outweighing the fact that you've invited a half of a DPS. Mostly because most of the players playing it are not good players, and they're not there to use their toolkit perfectly. Like, most people who play DPS are just there to top the charts, right? So when you have somebody who's playing a DPS and he can't top the charts, what else is he there to do? Just get carried. You know what I mean? He's just there to get carried. Most of these people picked AUG simply because it's easier to progress on. That's the truth of it. So that alone makes a big problem for pugging. Because if you had somebody who truly wants to like maximize their utility and shit, they wouldn't be playing a DPS. They'd be playing a healer. Or a tank, I guess, more than definitely not a DPS. So nobody really picks AUG at that level because they're like, man, I can't wait to be a valuable asset to my group. They pick AUG because they're like, this is the easiest chance for me to succeed in the pug environment. Because nobody can tell you that you're playing bad. Nobody can sit there and prove it to you easily. The second best great push team had their AUG as a shot caller. He doesn't have to pay attention to much, and now he presses his buttons. And he just calls out kicks, stops, defensives, and whatever else is needed. Yeah, it's probably great for that, yeah. I believe there was some bugs with how AUG support damage interacted with some classes like Demon Hunter. Can't say this is the reason for low damage, but it's one of the reasons. Nah, it's not really one of the reasons. I'm just talking about like on average. An AUG in the group is worse than a third actual damage dealer. Damage-wise, and as such, everything else they do needs to be perfect to compensate for it. The reason the best players in the world look at it as a viable option is because the things they bring are invaluable. Like, they can't get away without it. They can't do anything but bring it. So I am not in a position where that's the case. The utility is not needed for our key. Not even close. So the stuff that is useful needs to be used perfectly, and it never is. Like, I can't even tell you the amount of times I've never been... I did not even know that they had a shield. I did not even know that they can pick somebody up and put a shield on for like months, because nobody ever fucking does it. I mean, half the AUGs we play with don't even keep the armor buff on me. So it's like, yeah, I don't know. This class is just has a lot of potential, but it's just not being valuable. Is it possible to check your success rate with AUGs? Of course, every key is documented. It's not going to be easy. You're going to have to separate the AUGs and the devs, but you can still do it. Rhett kind of fucks right now. Oh, really? That's a good thing. What I could do is make a separate column for AUG and dev. What do you think of that? That's not a bad idea. That's like a low difficulty investment, I think, huh? There's not really... That can be done pretty easily. Why are they going to that mob? That's weird. The buffs were going to the fox. Get that. I guess as long as Rhett isn't playing with any family members, that's cool. Yeah, for real. You don't need to. The info is all there. No, it's not. That's what I'm saying. It's not there. I need to create a... The filter would be creating a separate tab for AUG and dev so we can compare them. AUG also suffers from the group comp. They work so well at the highest level because they're playing with other DPS that can time their CDs all together. Yep. Sounds like we agree. Pretty sure a major reason why AUG is brought to the endgame MDI is so Shadow Priest can literally stand still and nuke as hard as they can, and at the last second AUG can pull them out of danger. Maybe. An AUG is noticeable worse with a group like Locke and Enhancer Shaman. So, pugging. AUG and what? I thought you just wanted your success rate with AUG. No, the question was Is it possible to... Well, okay. Yeah, you're right. That's literally what he said, but that's not the only part of the question, obviously. What you're not understanding, it's not just Og that's measured. It's Og and Devastation measured. So it would need to be just Og that's measured. And then you'd be able to compare it to Dev to have a baseline. A regular DPS versus the specific DPS of the same class.
Do you see a stone to call?
Somebody just killed that one. That's crazy. Evoker seems to be your third or fourth best DPS you play with in season 4. Oh yeah.
You can't dodge this. Will you play with me? Pretty please. One of us is just like the other.
At least according to your data, unless I'm reading it wrong. Oh, we can take a look at it after this if you remind me. It's basically you just compare the success rate on the upgrades and the failure rate on disbands. I'll probably make a stat for that too. Oh no, scratching my leg.
Do you see a stone to call forth the darkness?
It's so weird how it goes to the fox. That's weird. I guess we can pull up each VOD to see. Right, that's what I'm saying. You need to look at every VOD. It's there, but it's not easily accessed. Wouldn't the disband have to have the evoker be the lever? No. It's just about who was present during the disband. Obviously, there's no way to tell exactly who the lever was in these cases. Regardless of the data, I do agree and prefer 3 DPS over 2 DPS and an AUG. It just feels like everything still dies faster still. Yeah, I mean, it definitely does, yeah. That's not really a debate. I don't see you assign blame there. Right, again, it's not about blame. It's just about like the statistical analysis of what's present in the key. Blame would be biased, right? Because that's me giving my opinion on something. These are just the facts. Like, out of every disband, how many keys have an Ogvoker versus how many keys have a Hunter or something like that. For some reason we can't get third. What does that mean? 100% of your disbands have you though, and you know it's not your fault. You're not. I think you're just. I don't know. Not sure what we're talking about at this point. It's not about whose fault it is, dude. It's a statistical analysis. Like, if you have 100 Augs and they're all, every single one of them's in the disband, it doesn't matter if it was his fault or not. You know, they're not producing results that are helpful.
A stone to call forth the darkness.
Statistical analysis requires comparison. So just because I'm in every key doesn't mean that there's no comparison there. You can't really make any assumptions about tanks at all because I'm the only one in the key. This could be a cool addition to your Google Sheet though, like an MVP or top DPS marker next to the DPS. Nah, see, I don't want to have that. I don't want there to be opinions. Like, it's not why I made the sheet. The sheet was supposed to just document everything, and then you can look at the data yourself and make conclusions based on it. What are we agreeing to disagree on? How statistical analysis works? Oh, right, these some flying mobs. Where's the other one? Isn't there supposed to be 3 here? Also, sometimes it is his fault. He has killed Wrestler Druids with his bad routing.
Do you see
The third one went to get a beer. It's weird. I don't know where that one went.
to call forth the dark?
I'm agreeing to disagree, so I stopped talking. Okay. Fair enough. I mean, ultimately, I don't need to agree with all your opinions. That's the joy of being an adult. Yeah, no doubt, man. I respect you. You respect me. It's all we need. The problem on the internet is that a lot of times people who disagree with you then for some reason just don't respect you anymore, and that, yeah, that's frustrating. The amount of comments I get like that on YouTube, it makes it really difficult. The wings up time is insane. I say that, yeah. Why? What is so different about it compared to live? I'm glad they made this class not a spiky anymore. It's really nice to not get one shot on every auto attack. I thought you said you don't respect the guy. No. Oh wait, you're like putting words in my mouth as a joke. You were like, man, fuck that guy. I never said that. At no point did I say that. That dude, I owe that dude a lot. He submitted one of the most unique keys of the whole expansion. A downgraded, a non-upgrade, but finished 2 before they changed 2s. One of the most unique keys I've ever reviewed. It's a holy grail key in my book. Something I was waiting to review all expansion. I'm at permanently 25 seconds of wings. Oh, it's like bugged, you mean? You remember? You were there. I was there. I'm sure someone else was there too. Sounds like it was just you. Yeah, yeah, Dottie key, yeah. I think it has to be, or it needs an ICD. What, it's a proc? Is that what you're saying? The affix should dissipate after combat ends? I kind of like that it sticks around, to be honest. It's just weird that it keeps... Oh, wait, can he release? We don't have a knife A. He's at the start. The person who wanted to see Last Must. Yeah, we're gonna get to it. Looks like somebody group actually stuck around. Back to lurk. Hey, welcome back, man. How's your dinner? What'd you have? Oh god, I felt so stupid when I didn't know where to go after tier. Yeah, no worries, man. Everybody's new at one point, but regardless, like, you weren't the only one to say you did anything wrong in that key in the first place, so don't feel too bad. That was a wild, that's definitely, like I said, a holy grail key for me. Never thought I would review a 2 that wasn't in time that actually finished with everything, like, not, like, there was no huge one issue, like one person just being 0 DPS or something like that. Like, it was actually a very normal key. You also reviewed my first attempt at a 20. I remember that too. Yeah, that was the first one.
Do you see a stone to call forth the darkness?
I had pork meatballs with baked potato. They're called, yeah. Oh, well, yeah. You just put a space in between them. Yeah. Meatballs, yeah. Pork meatballs, good. Sounds tasty. Depending on the seasoning, I suppose. All right, let's see this fight. This fight was always a pain in the ass on Barnacle. Pork meat balls. Yeah, when you type it like that, it looks really fucking weird. But in the end, it said the same. So I don't know why I reacted that way. This was always my least favorite fight to heal in the expansion. Because these bugs just, you can't not have them on you pretty much. Wait, what is that? Is that a new mechanic? What was that? Oh, it's on you, my bad. Didn't even see it. You're right, I used to break it with Night Fae Blink. Now I don't have that anymore. I go from failing at 2 to finishing 21s. Ain't horrible for a single season. No, that's great.
Do you see?
Last call I was there. Last call I was at, they were trying to give me meatballs. Actually, I said thanks, but your walk-in has been down for 3 days. No chance I'm eating anything from here. What is that? What is that? A refrigerator? A refrigerator, I mean? Oh, it pulls you in. That's a weird mechanic. What happened to that guy? Walk-in freezer, right?
Come, children, what a tempting treat.
A lot of people are like, what? I'm not doing anything wrong. This happens a lot. I don't know if it's true. The beta, obviously, it's definitely possible, but... Weird, they took out the MC thing and just another big circle. Yeah, they basically exchanged that mechanic, I guess, huh? That mechanic still exists. Overboard visuals. Their walk-in freezer was running at 70 degrees Fahrenheit for like 3 days, and I just came in and fixed it. Oh, wow. How are they open? Is it a business? Or is there open? Surely all their food was gone bad after that, no? 70 degrees, might as well not even have the freezer at that point. So now it's like straight up on me to break that because of Death's Advance. I'm the only one who has an easy way to do it. It's almost a walk-in oven. Yeah, a very, very small or very like low grade oven. I don't want to work tonight. Yeah, same. So I started streaming.
Your ignorance made manifest.
A very popular restaurant too. I don't know how the health inspector doesn't screw with them. He must pay off the inspector. Oh no, that sucks. Well, I'm glad that you fixed it.
Do you see? A stone.
Oh yeah, maybe there's invisible ones because the weird bug or with like the way the mechanic works. We did it. We finished the key. Got some vault credit. Yeah, hey, what? Whoa, why did we just get 2 items? That's weird. Oh, what the fuck is this? What am I looking at right now? This is rare or it's personal loot, okay. So it's rare? Trade me that shield, shut up. So it's not related to Mythic Plus. It's just luck, and I just got it from Mythic Plus basically. Okay. Congrats, Metro Charge. Yeah, Metro Beta Charge. Toss it in the warband for the warrior. That's cool. Pretty cool. But does the item level have anything to do with the content, or was that totally... Well, like 600's not. Like, where's 600? This is bad, I think, right? Oh, it's above Mythic 0. Way above. Interesting stuff. Curious. Well, we finally finished the key, so let's see overall chart. Champ is good starting point for alts. It's champ gear. 2 out of 8 champion gear. Okay. Yeah, that's very good for alts. Like when I press wake, I get wings, but when I use Hopo, it has a chance to proc wings, and they fixed from last beta build that when you had wings active and you got a proc, it wouldn't increase wings. And now it increases properly, but I swear my chance was 50-50. Oh, it was just like really high chance. From what I heard, Warband loot is 1 item level below the content. Oh, okay, so it's based on the content, but it's not. Like, if I was doing LFR, then it'd be really low. That's pretty cool. I got 2 items. That's a very interesting thing. I'm now going to be a lot more eager to see dungeons finished. Yeah, I'm going to do more, yeah. So that's my overall. Exterminate top now. Blood Plague falling way down. But Shattering Bone nowhere near. Healing. Let's take a look at healing. Death Strike crushing it. But that's not really a good thing because that just means Blood Plague or Blood Shield is super nerfed. And then in terms of this number, it's actually 900k on the dot. Oh no, we need to do 1.6 minus damage taken. 1.86. Or divided by 1.86. Okay, so yeah, 86% of the damage we took, we healed up. Interesting. It's loot from that content too. Can't wait to see a tank loot BIS DPS trinkets for his warband. Oh yeah. I'm really happy with that. That's cool. I had 79% uptime on wings according to details. Let's see. Yep, 79%. You were right. Tell me if that sounds normal. It doesn't sound normal, no. What was our rune weapon uptime? %. So yeah, yours is higher. I mean, what? We finished the dungeon, what? Yeah. Should just do. Oh my god, it's like pouring. Stop it. It's too fucking hot to be closing these windows, man. Stop raining sideways. Alright. Let's do one more. What should we do? Anybody vote? Anybody want to vote? Oh, you gotta go to the gym. No worries, man. With the changes to Mythic Track having Warband gear, do you want me to do Siege? Alright. Oh, alright. Everybody vote. We'll give it a second. The changes to Mythic Track gear having Warband gear drop like that seems like it can be really helpful for alts. Yeah, it's gonna be quite nice. 2 votes for Necrotic Wake. 2 votes for Grim Patrol. Anybody care for a tiebreaker? Fax, you want to change your vote since you already lost? I swapped mine to Necrotic Wake. Alright. Oh, that's tied again. 3 Necrotic Wake, 3 to Grim Patrol. Dawnbreaker, that one's not winning. Switch your vote to something. Do you want to see Necrotic Wake or Grim Patrol? Okay. Wait, Pochi, no, you're already Necrotic Wake. You're confusing me. Tom adds a Necrotic Wake, so that's 4 to Necrotic Wakes, 3 Grim Patrols. They fixed Necrotic Wake Angel, so you'll actually be able to finish it. Okay, we're back to 4 and 4 now. Ice Age comes out of nowhere with a GB, Great Britain. Or maybe Green Bay Packers. Oh, no, Grim Patrol. He's saying Grim Patrol. Yeah, okay, so that's 5 for Grim Patrol to 4. I watched Dorky do Northwestern University last night. They used every single item they got on the 3rd boss. That's not a bad idea. I've yet to do the boss, but I imagine it's going to cause a lot of problems. So right now, Grim Patrol is winning, guys. Anybody else want to vote? Last call. Otherwise, we're going to do quarter stars. Oh, okay. Justin, you already voted. You can't vote a second time. Brandon ties it up 5-5 or 6-6, whatever it is. You're changing my vote to Court of Stars. That would be a losing effort. Then you mean Grimbatol wins. Here, I want to go and I can't remember. I think we did this a couple weeks ago, but I want to see what actually happens if we put this in. Oh, I don't have any way to. Oh no, I should have a portal. Nuketown 2025. What's that mean? 2 more votes for Necrotic Wake, but 1 more for Grimbatol. So now Grimbatol is 1 behind. I'm gonna do this real quick, and then after that, we'll tally up all the votes. I mean, there's a shot that we can get both in. It's just so unlikely that. Where's the portals? Oh, okay. Grimbatol is now tied. Dansley ties it. Oh, I don't have the portals. Can we get to Dalaran somehow? I changed my vote to Blood Furnace. Alright, Grimbatol is now winning. Just do a wheel and leave it to luck. No, I mean, we can still vote. There's still plenty of people who can vote. We can just do both, though. I mean, fuck it. I'll just start with Necrotic Wake. Alright, yeah, alright, here we go. I agree. We'll do a roll, alright? Since it seems like it's going to be tied. Oh, Matt hasn't voted yet.
Metro, what do you think is the best healer for Mythic Plus?
Mythic Plus?
Blood
Death Knight. He says Grimbatol. Guess which one's first? The guy who just fucking donated. Grimbatol it is. Guys, vote with your wallets, as they say. Alright. Grimbatol. Hopefully we can actually get enough done in there, and then we can just see Necrotic Wake 2 before I gotta go. So easily bought? Oh yeah, bro. If anybody wants to top that. Switch back to Necrotic Wake. I'm up for auction right now, man. I spent way too much money recently. Just spent another $90 on that Mew card last night. But I finally got it. I've been bidding on it for like 2 weeks now, so I'm happy to get it. If I was a chick, I'd do anything for money. Oh yeah? Like what? Prison Mike gets his gifted back too from Justin. Thanks a lot, man. You've been very generous the last 2 days.
Metro, what do you think is the best healer for Mythic Plus? Blood Death Knight.
Dono tied. Yeah. Who else is who's gonna match it? Nah, just do both. I'll make sure we get both in. It's only 3:15. I don't have to go till like 4:30ish. Here's what we'll do. Like, we'll just alternate. So no matter what happens with this one, the next time we'll do Necrotic Wake. And no matter what happens with that one, then we'll do Grimbatol again. Probably like knit sweaters and dirty stuff like that. You wouldn't knit sweaters, are you kidding me? How many dollars for a 24-hour stream? That I won't ever be able to do. It would have to be like life-changing money or something. When I get tired, I get really dizzy. And I do not feel comfortable like sitting when I feel like that for a long period of time. No BS, there's a price. Nah, there's no price on my health. So I'm saying like it would have to be like life-changing money. Like you'd have to be giving me like thousands and thousands of dollars to convince me to do that, because it would be a terrible experience. Probably for everybody, honestly. Like, you shouldn't want to pay for that because it's not going to be a fun stream. I'm going to feel extremely bad after, like, probably like 12 hours in. I'm going to start becoming very lethargic and not have much commentary on things, and I'm going to start feeling worse and worse physically as well. So you basically just be paying for a very inferior product. Alright, Grimbatol. They give me this adult money and no responsibilities, and this is what happens. I appreciate it either way, man. Yesterday I spent 2 hours in Stormwind making people donate for the next dungeon. I made $400 in those 2 hours. Yeah, it's just like an auction. We could just did an auction. That random Shadow Priest nerf is kind of funny since they literally just got a 3% aura buff with the latest beta patch. Now they get a 6% nerf. It is weird how they do that. I don't know why they do that. It's not like there's like been enough evidence from 2 days of testing either to be like, all right, we need to change it again. What's this thread? I just received the Warlord's Death Wheel. Logged into my mop character for the first time since 11.0. Realized talents and UI were borked. Logged my main to screenshot my UI so I can recreate it on mop. And when I logged my main, I was met with a big Warlord's Death Wheel icon. Okay. Schadenfreude is real? What does that mean? Is that German bullshit again? We're paying to see you suffer. Never underestimate the effort people will do or give money they will spend just to do bad. Yeah, probably. I don't think people do that here, but... Rathion is a hunter? What? The person who posted. Oh, that was the guy's name. Okay. "62 nerds watching. One of us has to be evil." Not everybody's a nerd, I doubt. It's me, I'm evil. Oh, well, you're disguising it well. I'm the only nerd here. It literally says it in my name. That's true. He's the only one professing it to the public. Remember that guy who came in for the first time and called you out for being passive aggressive and negative? He would pay to see you suffer. He had the opportunity to do it and he never did it. People like that just don't understand how they're uninformed. That's more of like, you think you know more than you do situation there. I don't think that person's just like actually like, I don't like, what would you say, that's like sociopathic? I don't know what you would say to pay for somebody to suffer, but I don't think that person's actually a bad person or anything. They're just not very smart and they think they're smart. That guy thought he knew enough about me after a few hours of watching the stream to make these ridiculous claims that nobody else was making, and that's just not, that's just being dumb. Like if you think you've come up with some crazy solution that nobody else has ever seen, you're wrong. Like, unless you're in a field where nobody else works, you're wrong. I've learned that lesson the hard way many times in my life. I always think like, oh, I figured this thing out. I bet I'm the only one who figured it out. Oh, of course not. Everybody's light years ahead of me. What if he's not, though, and the name is just to throw us off? Like Jambo is actually some powerlifting badass. He does go to the gym a lot, yeah. Jambo's name is a red herring, maybe. Jambo the stud. I would love to make a joke that that guy had a pretty good argument, but I don't remember anything else about it. Yeah, he was because, like, you know, like, this is how it started. Because I was, like, refusing to, like, carry the group by telling them what they were doing wrong. He thought I was being, like, toxic for doing that. So he commented on that. And then later, I'm, like, continuing to vent about how bad the group is.
forth.
And he is basically saying like my inability to help them is the reason they're this bad. It's like, okay, this is the stream. Like what, you know, he just never saw the stream before. So that's what I'm saying. Like I comment on this shit all the time. Like I'm not expecting them to solve it because I'm commenting it on the stream. That's not why I'm saying it out loud. There's a lot of people who don't understand that on YouTube and on the internet in general, I guess, but like I noticed this the most when the whole growl thing happened. There was a lot of comments on people who were like, lol, he's talking shit, but he's bad himself. It's like, I'm not talking shit, I'm streaming. I'm commenting on things that are happening on the screen. Have you ever watched a streamer before? If I was talking shit, I'd be typing. It's a big difference. What the hell? How'd that guy die? Doty, right? Yeah, it was Doty. The thing is that what Stromy said could be true, but can still be a nerd. I spend 70% of my day consuming WoW content. Yeah, there you go. Like, what's that quote? Nerd assassins. Joe Rogan always says about the jiu-jitsu practitioners who have got it down to a science. I wonder what this bot. Do you think he dismounted, bro? Holy fuck. 50 months.
Metro, what do you think is
Holy
the best
shit.
healer for Mythic Plus?
It's
Blood
Death
Death Knight.
Knight, yeah. Wow, kid. Thank you so fucking much, bro. Still enjoy the content? Well, that's good. Oh, thank God. Imagine if you didn't. Oh, these mobs are not even close to dead. Usually this pack's like totally dead.
Do you see it? A stone.
Dude, I love this voice line.
forth the
It's almost 2 months of months. Funny way to look at it, yeah. I wish there was a Metro and WoWkid interaction video of your guys' greatest hits. Have we had some good ones over the years? It's actually... Okay, what's going on right now? What are you doing? I'm only at 9 months. It's insane when you see how long some people are subbed on Twitch. I can imagine, yeah. Kovdova was 60 months, right? Is he the one who's even higher? Cop's probably around that same number too. 1000% in BFA and BFA. I don't remember interacting with... I guess, yeah, I have to. How long ago was 50 months? My first interaction I remember with WoWkid was in Necrotic Wake. And I, just like you have nerd in your thing, I, you know, didn't realize it was a red herring, let's put it that way. How is Cop? Any word? Not recently, no. Hopefully that's not a big problem. I'm not a bird, don't call me that. Oh, red herring, I get it, yeah. Yo, bird. Mate. That's too sophisticated of a joke. That's a good example of a joke that works really well in real life, but terrible on stream. People, well, it's mostly just you, to be honest, but people make jokes like that all the time, and it's just like... I'm not paying attention to the words I'm using anywhere near as much as you are, so the joke just goes way over my head. Agree to disagree. Where are these guys? Is this guy trying to get across that way? Oh my god. It was definitely in BFA. I remember sitting in a cubicle with him in the stream. Oh, okay, maybe he will remember, but I definitely remember having a conversation that was funny with him in what the fuck? What the hell was that? Did I just do that?
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
That was weird. Well, how long ago was 15 months? Just ask that question. Or just answer that question. I guess I'll just do it. 12 divided by 50. That's wrong. 50 divided by 12. 4 years. So 4 years ago was still Shadowlands, wasn't it? No, it would have been late BFA. So yeah, it would have been BFA for sure. You're right. But it doesn't. Yeah, I mean, he also could have. This doesn't prove it, but it does prove it now because it shows him in BFA. If it only showed him in Shadowlands, it doesn't prove he wasn't here in BFA, but because it, you know, went the way it did, you were right.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
I can't remember things that helped me in real life, but I know WoW Kid was here in BFA. What's this? Jambo's messaging me. Yeah, me too, Jambo. That's what I was referring to. Because I assumed the name meant something specific. But I thought that was I remember that happening when we Necrotic Wake very vividly. Did we use the fucking things at all? Did anybody even use these? How are those mobs at full health? What did we use it on? Did they nerf that, maybe? You can unsub for long periods of time. Mine's been off and on. That's true. You're right. Possible. It maintains it. One way or the other, we know he's been around since at least BFA. Maybe he's been around since Classic. Depending on how long he was unsubbed for. He's been around since birth? Oh shit.
A stone to call forth the darkness.
I wonder if better option in ST. Oh, by the way, I just noticed Final Reckoning now has a single target component that increases single target spinners by 30% and AoE by 15%, if I remember correctly, because it was just all spinners by 15%, which made execution sentence the better option. Single target center. I wonder if Final Resistance competes now. Did you guys just miss all the dragon spells or what? Thanks for your comment. I can feel the despair in that group. Don't think the group will make it till the end. Nope, probably not. Thanks for your comment. Blame chat because you can't press W. I wasn't pressing anything. I was on an auto run. Is Rusty here? Even worse? No, it's not worse. I was on auto run because of you. How is it you? How is it not you? Wait, look at this. People are so fucking crazy. It's unbelievable. Somebody just didn't use it, bro. You can't kill the boss with it. Somebody just ignored it. Like I'm saying, like how the fuck did we have to fight all that trash? I've never done this once where all the trash was alive. The pet pals The pet battlers are doing Mythic Plus. It's what it feels like at times. Must be doing this for the first time. We just did 50% of the health of that pack with that one dragon. Yeah, the guy died, but like, what? Then he just went AFK after he died? I don't understand. If you fully kill a mob with a dragon, it gives count, right? Yeah, we tested that a while ago. Yeah, this is a very, like I said a couple weeks ago, this is like a really generous. They did it perfectly. Like, this is exactly how I would want them to do it. Soak those. Affix is harder than it looks. Remember when you first went Alliance? Hold on. From Horde and said the biggest thing you notice the Alliance players are just completely aloof? Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's kind of fucked the game up because now you don't know like what you're getting out of the regular players. That like aloof mentality that was there on Alliance has now permeated the entire community. Robert, what's up, buddy? Welcome. How am I doing, Robert? Okay, everybody got hit by the breath.
Do you see?
Guess I need to try tanking it in the middle more. I think it is kind of slow. What? The breath? Do you think Room is a good choice for Mythic Dungeon rotation? Oh, okay, somebody left. I would have never said that before, but I actually think this is the best Mythic Plus dungeon now. This is one of the most straightforward newer dungeon bosses. It's kind of hard. Yeah, straightforward, definitely. And the lock saying, what the fuck is this? I think they should have made the breath faster and have it only be 2 lanes. That's a way to put it, yeah. A lesson for this guy to learn. He says, I thought you guys know what's up when I applied. You did other +1. What does that even mean? XD. Healer just requeued. What is this? Wait, did he really? I didn't have the thing listed. What? Why are you typing all this, bro? Nobody gives a fuck what you're thinking on this topic. Of course, the turret class suffers from mobility. Yeah, I mean, that's tough as a warlock, I guess. I don't know. I think it's well telegraphed for people with brain cells and eyeballs to figure it out. It's kind of tight. If you have to go from one side to the other, it's kind of tight. That's how those guys died. Did you not see what happened there? We had to go from one side to the other, and they didn't make it. Now, I made it as a fucking Death Knight, so that means they just reacted slowly. But they were also baited by me standing on the far side. So that's what I'm saying. I think I should just keep it in the middle as much as possible. Or try to remember to do that. Oh, FedEx. Pokemon cards are here. Alright, now it's time for Necrotic Wake. And we'll just alternate until we gotta get off at this point. Don't I already have these? They were all ranged though. True. Good point. Good trying to give these people the benefit of the doubt, bro. Don't rob me of that. I would feel like they weren't the worst.
If there wasn't a lock gate, then the lock could have played better. I mean, obviously, all of us could have played better. That was my point. Most warlocks don't seem to even know they have a demonic circle or gateway. It's hard to use, to be honest. I mean, compared to Blink, right? It's way harder to use. You have to pre-plan stuff. Can the breath actually kill you? Oh, yeah, absolutely. There's no redeeming the Metro. I tried my best. But yeah, that healer was clueless. He just dies. I don't even know. He like, what did he say? He fell? I fell through the crack and then just didn't use the dragon. Just gave up after that. Does he not know that the dragons need to be used? Because that's not even like a thing. Like, I don't know what he's even saying. Jade leaf matcha. New flavors, vanilla and strawberry. Strawberry matcha. Oh, okay. I guess we need to get the healer life alert. That guy's got a lot of keys done. Wow, he's in a 14 in time. What the fuck? Alright, sounds good to me. Let's check it out. Double upgrade to 10. That's legit too, huh? This dungeon is not one I've finished yet, though, because of the bug. So we'll see how it goes. I think I will legit just save all the weapons for the third boss, though. Can we pick him up now? What happens if we pick him up now?
Yet another of the Kyrion's loyal servants.
Presumably they'll go away.
Come here to be slaughtered.
Anybody try this in BFA? I don't know. I assume they go away.
This temple was merely the first to fall.
Can you help me out, buddy?
Soon, all of Bastion will burn.
Yeah, I keep saying the wrong expansion. Dude, it gets worse. I only started doing it in BFA, and then it just like gets worse over time because like BFA is somehow still on the table when I'm talking about expansions. Time for me to go. All right, see you, Jambo. Friday night Magic tonight. Oh, Magic the Gathering. What, like in person somewhere? That's cool. Thanks again for the gift sub. Oh yeah, thanks. I assume that was Justin. Thanks, Justin. Or maybe it was Daniel. Can't remember who did it, but either way, thanks, congrats. Card shop 2 minutes for me. Nice. I wish there's just no card shops here. I remember finding out about your channel through the infamous clip of the same dungeon. Infamous clip, which one? Don't remember any infamous. Yeah, see, I still have the shield, but it's probably gonna go away right now. Ah, yeah, it goes away.
Yet another of the Kyrion's loyal servants. Have you come here to be slaughtered as well?
Divine Storm on trash. Oh yeah, the Grawl clip, right? Of course. That was funny. Next time, try clicking it at 1. Oh, I should have used it. Maybe it would have stayed. Yeah, good call. That's a terrible, terrible, terrible lust. Do you think the combination of Fort and Tyrant at the same time will cause lust issues in pugs? Yes, that's pretty much what we just had happen there. Totally would think that. It's more obvious when you have one or the other. You can use it poorly and get away with it just because you're talking about one of the affixes. But to use it on that trash is just, that's just bad. That's just not a good blood list. Especially on the beta when we're not even worried about timers. You would hope it would be used on bosses permanently, but it probably won't be. That mystery was pretty cool. Why? Why did they spawn all the way over there? You'll figure it out eventually. It's because of his name, isn't it?
A stone to call forth.
Okay, you guys are just getting meleeed. Good thing we listed on trash. I guess we'll have to see how this season goes. Fort and Tyrant portion of the affixes may get reverted in season 2. Possible, yeah.
Master proud.
How is this boss normally done without golem and weapon? It's a great question. Your bloodlust. What is the room? I don't understand what he's saying. It had nothing to do with room. We had plenty of room. Trying to do keys without a team on beta is a struggle. Yeah, more than a struggle. It's bad. This boss is totally fine as long as people kill the maggots. Oh, eventually you run out of space, though, is the problem. So just what, fight it up here? They bring a piece and a frost mage. How do they touch you? Right, they're just not trying.
Do you see?
So it had nothing to do with space on that pull. It was all
Call forth.
just not killing them. Notice any good control undead in here? No, not really. Just the same ones as always in this dungeon at least, but where's that one going? Oh, wait, what's happening right now? Oh, this is a big strat right here. And then I can grip it back up. Look at this. It's like classic. Safe spotting the shit. Of course, we're not able to do that for very long, but that's a pretty good... Well, the boss is kind of doing it too, but that's a pretty good little strat there. Something to note. Yeah, just never needed before, yeah.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Maybe they can rework Fort, where instead of it giving a flat percentage, it's scaled during combat. I don't think they're gonna do that. The boss usually died in a minute. Yeah, spear plus robot buff. See what else is needed here. This is going to be one of the worst fights in the dungeon. They're all going to be bad. This dungeon was way too easy. It's almost like we're starting fresh on this dungeon. Strategies are going to have to be totally reversed and rethought out. I think you gotta just pull that pack there. That gatekeeper. It's very inefficient, but it's gonna be really hard to fight this boss when you don't have good single target. Do you think these dungeons are still overtuned? Yeah, I don't know what they changed, but it doesn't have any impact on the stuff I've tested. Not a thing. It's still extremely difficult, and they're all still like feeling like they're pretty much unupgradable. Or you can lust the boss. You could, but it's still only a 10. Maybe the dungeon tunings are intentional. It's very possible. Yeah, we talked about this at the beginning of all this. Faxi said like he thought maybe like a 13 would be one of the highest keys in the world. A lot of people laughed at that comment. I said that in a video and people really berated me for saying that. But honestly, I mean, I don't... It's certainly feeling that way to me. I don't know what you guys are experiencing, but... Either way, with having 4 anti-ran as affixes all the time, you will 100% hit a cap that's impossible to clear. Yeah, I don't know why they would want that. Like, that's kind of what they did on purpose. It doesn't seem like what they should have did on purpose. Is Plater okay? And doesn't look like it. I really don't like skipping this back, but it sounds like you're going to have to if we're going to need the items for the bosses. It's such a bad pug strategy. Have you tried or seen any of the warriors on the beta? No, I haven't tried. No experience, sorry. Okay, we'll just use this because we're probably going to wipe otherwise. People timed 14 miss yesterday and ain't even close to gear cap. Right, but those are not the players that, like, you know what I mean? Like, when he says it's going to be one of the highest keys in the world, it doesn't really matter if there's a couple people doing 20s. If your average player can't do above a 14, then it's still going to be one of the highest keys in the world, you know? How much damage did that first orb do? Not much. It's only 6 million damage when everything else did around that same for my spells. These orbs are nerfed, substantially nerfed.
Are you so eager to share your underling's fate? Your vaunted courage.
You're really slow with this on, I guess, huh? That's kind of pointless. I can't survive this. I have no idea why. I don't think I've ever lived this pack. I've tried to pull it like 6 times now in the beta and I cannot live it. No idea why these mobs are so much harder than they used to be. It doesn't look like they're doing anything. It kind of makes sense when you factor removal of the affixes at that key range. You think it's going to be like easier on a 14 than a 12, you mean? Yeah, I don't know what their changes were, like the goals of their changes were for Death Knight, but they've not done anything to help Death Knight at all. It's simply all been nerfs. 4 million bleed? Yeah. I think it will just be the same lottery as always in Pugs. The difference here in beta is that you kind of have to invite the 0 score player because you had almost... Before you almost had a metric to take a less chance. It's hard to tell, is that what you mean? I mean the tuning of the dungeon to make them harder throughout the key levels. Oh, right, yeah. You agree with what he was saying about them being hard keys? Yeah, I mean, that's... Right now I have 9 million health, so... Gotta stop Boneflay, I guess. You'd have lived with Spirit Link? Well, definitely, yeah. You wouldn't invite a 0 score player to attend in retail? You're right. Yep. A 0 score player also wouldn't have this gear, though. That's the difference. Be very unlikely that they were 613 item level, so it's more like probably like you wouldn't invite a 0 score player to like a 7 or something like that. A Raider possibly could? Yeah, but they won't be 0 score usually. They might be now, and all could have champ gear. Oh yeah, that's a great point. Good counterpoint. I forgot about that. Pugging is going to be super rough in Season 1 if they release the dungeon as it is. Pugging is already painful, and they'll make it worse tenfold. Yeah. You can go that way. I don't think we have count. Manoa, welcome back. How's it going? Oh, this guy too, right? Yeah, alright, this just doesn't work. This dungeon's gonna fucking blow now. It's gonna be one of the worst dungeons. $82... 68.2% is what you're saying, got it.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
So that's enough then. This next pack and we're done. Blizzard has about 6 weeks left to figure out their tuning. And no, they're not going to. This is going to be one of those things that the community has to rally around to get things changed. They've had more than 6 weeks to fix it and no real changes have happened yet, so. Too many levers on beta to get tuning right? It really is. You're right. Sad but true. There's no way they're going to get them right because there's just not enough keys finished. Like, I swear, I probably have finished like less than 10 keys in the 5 times we've been on the beta testing. I don't even, that might not even be, that might be less. There might be less than that. Seeing more class tuning, useless class tuning, I might add. What do you mean useless?
Do you see a stone?
Well, you've been proven right. No reason to gear all C4 season. We can just send champ gear over. Oh yeah, I guess you're right. Depending on how often it happens, it's probably not worth wasting your time gearing it before the season starts. But that was also because a lot of the dungeons were bugged. No, that's not a significant part of it at all. This was the only one that was ever bugged in a way that we couldn't finish it, and I only did this dungeon like probably like 4 times total. Yeah, fun is still a reason, no doubt. Play alts if you have fun, like always. Everything is just chain casting and your team just stands there like NPCs. I need the interrupt thing. I don't know. Are these guys actually interrupting or not? Oh, Brightside, what's up, buddy? I fired up my Death Knight and I decided I need your UI. When about will you drop a UI video? I did one for... When can we see your UI video? There won't be an updated one until Dragonflight's like until like many weeks into the season. But yeah, the current one pretty much works. Like almost nothing needed to be changed. Is this the team that PvP commenter was talking about not kicking? Probably. Why does it say frontal? It's full? It's a volley? I don't know. Hey Metro, how represented are augmentation evokers on the beta? That's not... We can't even finish a key, man. I'm not even thinking about that kind of stuff.
With sacrifice comes victory.
But yeah, pretty much everything about the UI works right now as it is Brightside, so you should have no problem. If you need anything specific, I'll happily get you a link for it.
My soldiers rise once more. You will do nicely.
How much easier does it feel to play with them? Yeah, no, I wouldn't say it doesn't feel any different. Yeah, let me know if you need help. We're just gonna wipe here, right? Let's see what happens. Okay, we did it.
The fallen shall serve me again. Another soldier.
I don't even know what's going on, but like I'm just watching these casts not getting kicked at all. It's hard to, without the weak core, it's really hard to know if the group is AFK or something. It'd be interesting to see a spreadsheet for the beta. Yeah, I should have kept one, I guess.
One final act of service.
Why is the Demon Hunter attacking the in-capped ads instead of kicking? I have no idea, dude.
Harvest. Now
Beta is hard to get any info on. Can you check kicks for that fight? Yeah, let's see. How do you do it again? I always forget. Miscellaneous interrupts. What happened? Didn't work for some reason? There it is. I mean, at least everybody did interrupt something. Wait, Necrotic Bolt. Oh, they're interrupting the boss. So I interrupted 2 Frostbolt volleys, and this guy interrupted 1, and that's it. Nobody interrupted another Frostbolt volley. So that must mean like multiple went off, right? That is the one concern that I have right now with some of these old dungeons. Blizzard reducing and removing the ability to apply good stops and having a million abilities to stop. The old dungeons? Why would the old dungeons have that problem? Maybe tell them that is what kills them. Doesn't look like it matters. He means that in the past you could interrupt by using stuns, but now the mobs just recast anyway. Oh, right. Dungeons like this that were designed with the ability to apply stops that could get away with having dangerous casts, but now... Yeah, I see what you mean. Didn't they only introduce that for Dragonflight? I don't know, maybe. I might try polymorphing the mobs that stay casting outside. Yeah, people do that a lot. CC. Alright, back to Grim Patrol then, I guess. This is probably going to be the last one, though. It's after 4 already. Do you want some company? Yeah, if you want to come for this last one, yeah. I'm 100% certain that stops did not prevent recasting in Shadowlands. God, some bad memories from TOS Hakar Wing. Oh yeah. Yeah, you're probably right. I don't really remember that very specifically enough to comment on it. Maybe I'll take Cyclone on my Feral Druid. It could be useful, yeah, but Cyclone's not. Okay, no, I wouldn't say so. Cyclone's bad because you'd have to recast it again to stop the mob from just being immune. That's 2 globals to stop 1 spell. That's not really going to work out. Does Blood DK feel better with after the little buff? That's not a buff. That did absolutely nothing. What is the healer having to do to you? Nothing. Pray. Same as always. No change has really been made to Blood DK over the course of all this. The point is you keep the dangerous mob CC for the entire pull. That would be awful. You would never want that. You would never want that. Stopping a single cast, like a single mob is not going to just like chain cast dangerous spells. They're going to wipe you over and over again. All you need to do is stop one cast usually. So to CC a mob out entirely just because of one spell is you're just wasting so much time doing that. Maybe I can get a mass polymorph out for this dungeon specifically on that boss and just politely ask the team to not AoE until the tank pulls them away. Polymorph only works on humanoids, right? Or does it work on undead too? They can't really make DK reliant on a healer just by design, correct? Alright. Very likely the last key of the beta. Ever, maybe even.
Welcome.
Yeah, so those are all undead mobs. You don't really want to CC the ads. It's the last possible option. Every ad alive, he does more damage when he ticks, which is why y'all died hard there. I know that, dude. That's not what we're talking about. You're totally confused what the conversation is. All right. You think overall that the War Within dungeons in Season 1 are pretty easy or hard? They're way harder than any other dungeon set we've ever had. The 4 dungeons that are here from the War Within are the 4 hardest of the 8 that came with the expansion, and all 4 of them are probably twice as hard as the other dungeons in the pool. There's that one that people like, but I think it's just a good Mythic Plus. I don't think it's actually going to be easy or anything. Dawnbreaker is the worst dungeon they've ever made for sure. Perhaps it's just because of beta. It's definitely a tuning thing first and foremost, but like Dawnbreaker is just always going to be a bad dungeon. Unless they make it like Grim Batol, you know, or what's the name? Unless they make it like Grimrail Depot. If you played Grimrail Depot in WoD challenge modes, you know that was the worst challenge mode by a mile in WoD. And then if you played it in Season 4 of Shadowlands, you realize that it didn't matter how bad it was designed. They nerfed the fuck out of the timer to such a degree that it was the easiest dungeon. So if they do that with Dawnbreaker, it can be a good dungeon to do, but it'll never be a good dungeon design-wise. So whether or not it's an offensively bad Mythic Plus dungeon will tend to depend on the tuning. But the actual fun and ability to do the key and enjoy it in a vacuum will never exist. It'll always be the worst dungeon. According to your experience as a tank, which is the best tanking class that in your opinion would fare well in the War Within?
Do you see it?
I've only played Blood, sir.
Stone to call forth
So Blood,
the
based on my experience as a tank, I would say Blood. That's the only thing I have experience on. The boss that shoots the shadow orb that one-shots everyone, if it hits a wall even remotely close to the pole, it's going to be a pug nightmare. Yep, that dungeon's really, really bad. You can CC them, back to that original comment. You can CC them, and if they're CC'd when he eats them, they don't buff them. But they have to stay CC'd for that. That's why we actually survived that one pull. Because me and the monk CC'd at the right time to stop them from exploding. Thank you for the honest answer. Well, you want like, what did you expect me to lie? Like, I've only played one spec, so I can't answer that question. You'd figure after Flame of oh my god. After Flame Leviathan and Vashir, Blizzard would have figured out players aren't a fan of mechanics like Dragon Riding between every pull. Flame Leviathan. Wait, Dragon Riding? It's not about Dragon Riding. That's not, it has nothing to do with why it's offensive. It's about how little, like, think about Knockhood, right? There's nothing wrong with Knockhood at all. We're not talking about that kind of problem. We're talking about the fact that you're basically dragon riding through Port of Stars. That's the problem. It's an incredibly small space with tons of potential aggro around you, and all the fucking mechanics everywhere all are position based. Like 100% of the mechanics on the trash and bosses are all position based. Like they basically did exactly what they wanted to do with that dungeon. They wanted to make a dungeon that was super cramped and super difficult to navigate on every facet of the game, okay? Like, no matter who you're good at, no matter what you're good at, you will struggle to navigate that dungeon. And that just fucking sucks. Like, that to do that in a Mythic Plus dungeon is so shitty. Like, it's super imbalanced in that way, too, because no other dungeon has that problem. This is the only dungeon in the game that has that problem, so it's really shitty for that reason. Did I just hit the ceiling? Okay, those are dead. I wasn't being sarcastic. I just appreciated your honest input instead of speculating. I appreciate that. I didn't think you were being sarcastic. I just thought it was a funny way to ask the question. I just don't know is the answer. Well, we killed all those mobs. Not very efficient to have just these two, but I guess it's better than having all the bad ones. Gotta now drag them all the way down. See if we can. No, I can just grip. I'm gonna try to line of sight them, but there's just no reason to. I'm not worried about skywriting and Dawnbreaker. Yeah. It's not about actually traveling on the mount. It's about where you travel to. My man whiffed that monk circle. Oh, did he? I didn't even notice. That's funny. You want to pull that Drake again? No. It's a one-time strategy. That was weird. I didn't even know that. Didn't even know that was the thing. All the mobs were casting, and he put it right on the outside, and you just took a chunk of magic damage. I think my guy needs even more demons. I love showing off my Ring of Frost skills with my casting predictions. That can be a very like high power spell to use if you use it really well.
Do you see a stone to call forth the darkness?
Alright, boss time. Gonna keep it in the middle. Windwalker Monk and Monk in general might be super strong in the War Within now that I think about it, since they have so many stops alone. A lot of melee have a lot of stops. I wouldn't say Windwalker Monk has any more than any other melee. Ring's nice, but that's not really a stop. I like to take credit as a support-minded mage. Good. Keep it up, man. That's game needs more of that. Ring of Pace is great for skips. Could be, yeah. Occasionally it could be really nice. I haven't really done a skip where Ring of Peace is needed in a long time, but can do it in Mop, right? Or in I keep saying Mop. In Mists of Turn of Scythe, right? When I see the HP pool of people dropping like crazy from 1 to 2 mobs, I can't imagine healing it. Yeah, this is gonna be a tough healing expansion, that's for sure.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
I've never had anybody in my group use Ring of Frost for anything but pull gathering. Yeah, it's definitely become less common over the years. It used to be a really good way to stop cast back when not everybody had like 10 different stops. I can see this fight turning into a cluster if people drop the swirls. Oh yeah, that's a huge problem. They're doing a good job with it, luckily.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth
That was the best I've seen a fight go in a long time, though. Well handled. This next one really sucks, though. I don't really know how you're meant to do this fight if you don't have good damage. There's just not enough space. It's pretty much like the first boss in Crowded Wake. It feels like you just need to clear out extra shit. I think they just need to make him not pat, and then it solves all the problems. One, a main a warrior. I like it a lot, especially Fury, but tell me why someone would invite a warrior for Mythic Plus compared to other classes. Yeah, they wouldn't. Score. The warrior has higher score than the other classes. That's the only reason. On equal footing, warrior's the worst pick in the game, season after season, unfortunately. I don't know. There's not really a lot of options here. How the hell is that aggro? Alright, now there's even less options. Blood decays at the moment are the sum of lives. The blood decays, I don't know what you're asking, sorry. Some are the sum on live servers like on beta? You're asking if they're similar? If so, no, not even close. They couldn't be more different. They couldn't be more different with it being the same patch. Oh, this is not the kiting one. I'm an idiot.
Do you see? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Pre-patch is always a terrible place to see how classes feel. That's true. Yep. Right, because the pre-patch is not the content either. That's the other reason it's a terrible place to go for that answer. You think Frosty K could tank a key? No. Need threat. Thorleaf, what's up, buddy? What have you been up to? The fuck? Yeah, no tank who doesn't have a threat modifier. No spec who doesn't have a threat modifier could ever tank in this game. Not like in Classic where everybody has like the ability to control their threat. Having so many stats is also a big factor. It is, but I think the main thing to say is just like without the content, you'll never be able to compare it. It's kind of weird thinking back Frost used to be a tanky build. It wasn't truly though. It's just the way the game worked back then. Like the specs were not well defined. It wasn't that way. Like you could tank as a fucking Frost mage, you know what I mean? Like it's just you just needed threat. And the big thing about okay, I don't know. This fight is I don't know how to do this fight. We're completely out of space, one way or the other. Even if I didn't die there, we're done. Like the fight's over. How? Oh, interesting. Alright, that's a good tip. Yeah, we need like crazy amounts of space, right? Why the puddles are growing so big? That's what I'm saying, like, I don't know. Feels to me like that fight needs a little tuning on the puddle side. Saying you need to pull out both two of the third of the room. Wow. That's wild. Yeah, we didn't wipe to the ninja part, but we had no shot at killing that boss. But yeah, it was just like Frost Presence was the tanking presence back then, and a lot of people equate that to being a Frost Death Knight, but in reality that's any spec could have used that. And like all three of the talent trees had actual like tanking talents in them, so it was just like which ones you wanted basically was which ones you picked. And then the big thing that solidified this conversation was that Howling Blast was a massive threat spell. Like that spell alone was like a massive threat spell. And yeah, that actually worked. Interesting. It was like a easy mode threat spell. Like you can just turn your back and still Howling Blast. So that's why everybody played Frost. Right, they didn't have specs, they had spell themes. That's a good way to put it. So at the end, what are the nerfs to this dungeon right now, for example? There's not really. I don't know what they changed, but it doesn't, like, there's no effective change to the difficulty of the dungeon by anything they changed. Dungeons are still extremely difficult, and mobs are still like way more powerful than you'd expect them to be. So just to make sure I can tank with Frost, I just boosted a DK. I got no idea what the spec does. It's my first time playing retail. You cannot tank with Frost now. Frost is the DPS spec. The way the game works now compared to Classic is in order to like mitigate issues with threat, people have or the company has implemented like a threat modifier when you're a certain spec. So like you'll never have threat as a Frost DK over other specs. It's never gonna happen. You'd have to be doing like 3 times the damage of everybody else to consistently have threat. Season 2 will fix it for sure. It happened in every expansion. They just run out of time to change things. Yeah, it's not what you want to hear, but you know, big changes are definitely coming in Season 2. We know this for sure. They changed the color of that? It used to be red, now it's purple. Is that not the same mob type, maybe? I was glad to see that Fury got Bladestorm back. Oh, really? I didn't know they lost it. What, we just go kill this pack now, too? No, just wait. This room fucking blows. They need to do something about this. And they're not gonna, because this is how it was in Kata as well. You either do this and the fight's a joke, or you don't do this and the fight's like impossible. So this is just a bad fight. Bladestorm has been an arms things for a few expansions. I thought it was like a general talent for a while, wasn't it? It used to, when in like WoD, I remember it was a general talent, but... Was that not fire damage? Oh, I thought for sure that'd be fire. Oh, sweet, we pulled trash. Hilarious. Beta. We don't need to maximize the space that much. You walked into the trash, bro. Conduit of the Celestials? No, this time it was the Druid. He literally walked in the trash. He's Bombkin? Yeah, it's a good point. I don't... You're right. You don't need to maximize it by walking into a pack. Have you been outside at all today? No, I'm literally soaked through. My shirt needs to be changed after this. I respect the fact that no one left yet. You're kind of forced to respect it given how many keys we haven't finished. But unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to finish this dungeon. No matter what. I probably have like 15 minutes left. I'm just waiting for somebody to get home, then I gotta go. So once they arrive, I will have to leave. So I'm just kind of waiting. Where are you going? I'm not going anywhere. I feel like waiting with the expansion and praying for Season 2. You definitely don't want to do that. You're going to be way behind.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
An honest question, Metro. How do you find the patience when you're in a terrible group? Realize that leaving doesn't make any of the situation easier. I'm not always patient, but I'm dedicated to success, so like leaving is totally pointless. It's not more likely that I'm going to find a group that isn't terrible either. That's like a common misnomer you hear from people all the time. I'm leaving this group. They're bad. It's like, well, the next group's probably going to be just as bad, bro. You're part of the group, don't forget. Oh, shit. Wow, that was close. Got stuck on these stupid fucking lanterns. Previewer is putting out a lot of healing. Good.
A stone to call forth the
So that just blocks off that whole half of the room now then. Maybe they are not bad, but they're just not good enough to carry me. Yeah, exactly. That's the mentality most people have. Find a group that's willing to carry them, basically, is what they do. Yeah, we still basically, even pulling all that trash, we basically only bought ourselves one extra set of mechanics. That's it. Although, to be honest, that frontal caused more problems than the actual other mechanic. If you end up leaving the group, then I will whisper you why even sign up for keys with that attitude. Good choice. We did it again. I think this is kind of on me because there's not really any place for the DPS to stand other than that.
Do you see a stone?
You see there's all that space on the side there. We need to stay in that space more. We're about to have some problems here if he gets his mace cast off, though. Okay. That could have went a lot worse. It's just sometimes frustrating when you see people commit the same mishap over and over again. It's always frustrating when you see that. But that doesn't mean you can't succeed, right? Like, if you're here to succeed and the player is making the same mistake over and over again, just recognize whether or not that mistake is going to cause you to fail or not. Like, you could easily have the same mistake happen 2 or 3 times in a dungeon, and that could still be an upgrade, you know? So getting tilted about it is just you harming your own chances. Because they don't care, you know what I mean? It's obvious that they're not aware that they're making the mistake, so why should you be worried about it? If the game hasn't taught them their mistake yet, then that means that they don't care about it, and if the game doesn't care about it, then you shouldn't either. That's the way I always look at it. These are the, like when you see people say, like, oh, this guy died 10 times, I'm not carrying him. It's like, well, you should. The game hasn't told you that you're doing something wrong by carrying him. If the game is allowing you to upgrade a key with somebody who dies 10 times, then that means you're a fucking asshole for leaving. Like, that's all there is to it. The game is telling you that the player hasn't committed enough of a sin for you to be upset, and you're still upset. This is just a problem with your emotional outlook on the situation. Not a problem with the game.
See it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Pugs on EU aren't fun anymore. They are for me. Make sure you're recording them. Some of the best videos I've ever produced on this channel have been on EU pugging recently. I've done this one once where I stand in the middle and go forward first and then back. Oh, that's interesting. That's a pretty smart idea, actually. But it's going to be tough to do it one way or the other because the stuff expands so rapidly, so you really need the first kite to be perfect. And basically, I would need to learn, like, exactly how far away I need to be so he doesn't start veering towards me. Because if you notice, that's, like, a big part of the problem. I start running so far away from him that he changes course. He kind of, like, turns a bit. I thought EU servers had good players. They have very good theoretical players, but it seems because of that, the medium player has become far more entitled and toxic over the last few years.
Do you see it? A stone to call forth the darkness.
Like, I hypothesize that because the average group is able to get far further on EU than they are on US, any, like, the lack of success needs to be matched with that, you know? Like, if you are expecting to be doing a 17 and you're stuck doing a 14, you feel like that's way worse than if you were just expecting to do a 15 and you're stuck doing a 15 or 14. You know what I mean? And that would be like the equivalent between EU and US, basically. So a key that like looks like a normal key, like a 10, is filled with people who have higher expectations than they should for that 10, and as such they become toxic and detrimental to the cause more frequently. How you doing today? Kamari, welcome. New name there, welcome. I'm doing good. How are you doing today? Almost ran off the platform, then I wouldn't have been doing okay. I think it's because the medium player hasn't been put in positions to improve. Their time in the game entitles them to be considered good. In terms of EU? Or just in general? You're probably just saying in general, and yeah, with that I agree. What's your favorite WoW race to play as? Well, I have a lot. Night Elf is probably my number one, but Human, like there's just so many good ones. I like all of them, honestly. There's only really a couple that I don't like, and then everything else I like. Any small race I don't like. I love my High Mountain Tauren. Female Tauren have grown on me so heavily. I went from like I will never play female Tauren to like they're actually one of my favorite. It's actually kind of crazy. Okay, that didn't work.
Do you see a stone to call forth the darkness?
Let's not read comments right now. We're probably about to get one shot very quickly here. His cheat will proc even without reading comments. Oh yeah, that was gonna be a wipe no matter what. I'm also very easily butthurt. You saw that in the key review you did for me. I try to be cool-headed, but I just take it so personal when someone clearly not trying has something to say. Yeah, I don't know. Like you'll get like I used to be like that too. You'll get more used to that the more you play. It's just something that you can't control. So. My name is Brightside as more of a personal reminder. Oh, interesting. That pull sucks so hard. Yeah, that's not a pull. That's two pulls together. All right. Unfortunately, I gotta run. So. Oh, they did the same thing. So it's whenever you see one of these red dragons. Oh yeah, Prey of a Twilight Destroyer. Honestly, for this dungeon, I can see people leave just because other people used the dragons on the wrong place. That's what I would have said originally, but I think they did it really smart in a way that like you kind of can't fuck it up now. Pretty good, man. Just got out of med class. How's the keys going? Not great, unfortunately. Yeah, thanks for coming, guys. If anybody's from the stream, looks like somebody was. I think he was commenting on your name before. Now that I see that was your comment before, more demons. He said he needs more demons. I think he thought we were commenting on his damage. Anyway, I will be back next week for sure. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Next Friday, again, I'm traveling, so that'll be that. So not a lot of time left for WoW stuff. So stay tuned. We'll see you guys soon. Oh, Elliot, thanks for coming, man. All right.